Welcome to Riverside and your December California Transportation Commission hearing. We're delighted to be here again during the holidays. And we're going to call our meeting to order. Thank you all who are participating here in person or virtually in our decision-making process. I'm going to gavel us into order today as we move forward right at 1 o'clock, continuing our tradition to start and end on time and respect your time. I am going to ask our colleague Doug Remedios to call the roll in a moment, but it's not lost on any of us where we are and why every December it is such a pleasure to be in Riverside. It truly would be impossible without recognizing the enormous contributions to this community and throughout our state of our late friend and mentor to so many of us, Joe Tavallone. In my 18 years on the commission, I always looked to these visits to Riverside with great fondness, primarily because of the incredible, infectious excitement and pride Commissioner Tavallone and his family have for their hometown. Joe, Papa Joe to many of us, was a true champion for improving mobility for everyone in every community throughout our state. As we conduct our business today and tomorrow, let's keep Commissioner Tavallone's memory in our thoughts as we continue to build on his good work and his great attitude in delivering results for all 40 million Californians. Will you join me in recognizing Joe for a moment? With that, Douglas, would you mind calling the roll?
Thank you, Chair Guardino. Commissioner Bradshaw. Here. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Elliott. Commissioner Falcone.
Present.
Vice Chair Grisby.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo.
Present online.
Thank you. Commissioner Mann.
Here.
Commissioner Tiffany.
Here.
Chair Guardino.
Present.
Senator Cortese. I believe he'll be joining us later. Assembly Member Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Doug. Could you also provide instructions to those participating in the room and virtually so that they can take full advantage of the next 2 days?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to day one of the December 2024 CTC meeting in Riverside. Please note that because this is a 2-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. These links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda available on our website. Please use the questions tab within the webinar if you have questions about this. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All of the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you might need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language is being provided on the webinar for this meeting, and in the room you should see them on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translation. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For the members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, in the front of the room to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item you want to speak on as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to indicate which agenda item you want to comment on, and Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when calling on you to make your comments. Please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know that your time is valuable, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us.
Thank you, Douglas. We're going to move on to item 2, welcome to the region. If I can ask Aaron Hake, the RCTC Executive Director, and Dr. Ray Wolf, SBCTA Executive Director, to come forward. Thank you for having us in Riverside.
Well, thank you, Chair Gardino. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Executive Director Taylor, Director Tavares, Undersecretary Tollefson, colleagues and friends. I'm honored to stand here with my colleague, Dr. Ray Wolf, with the San Bernardino Transportation Authority, and welcoming you to the Inland Empire and here in Riverside. I'd like to start my comments by recognizing the land that we stand on here today are the ancestral lands of the Cahuilla, Luiseno, and Tongva tribes, and that in Riverside County there are 12 federally recognized sovereign tribes who are vibrant and active participants in our community. I also wish to join Chair Gardino and take a moment of personal privilege, if I may, during this season of Thanksgiving to express my deep gratitude to my mentor, Joseph Tavallone, former Commissioner Joseph Tavallone, who was a mentor to many in this room who are watching this broadcast, and a man whose philanthropy is immeasurable to the citizens of California and all who use their roads. There will never be enough said about the public service of Commissioner Tavallone, and that's probably the way he would want it. He would not want us to be talking about him at all today, and would probably be very mad at me for making these comments. But we can't meet here in Riverside in December without honoring him, and thank you for doing so. The Commission's presence here in the Inland Empire is incredibly meaningful, and I'm grateful for it. More than 4.5 million people call home these two counties, San Bernardino and Riverside. We are urban, we are suburban, we are rural mountainous, and rural desert, agricultural, industrial, residential, we have everything here. So when you come here to Riverside and San Bernardino, you see California. Here in Riverside, you'll see a county that is embracing innovation with a pilot project on Interstate 15, where we are ready to use technology that will allow the freeway to talk to the ramps to try to help move traffic coming home from San Diego in the evening. You'll see a first-of-its-kind partnership between our transit operator, the Riverside Transit Agency, and an autonomous vehicle manufacturer that has chosen Riverside as its home. You'll see a county that is using progressive design build, a new procurement method to advance our #1 transportation priority, the I-15 Express Lanes Southern Extension Project, which will expand mobility options and opportunities for our residents. You'll see a county that is spearheading a new project to connect our express lanes to our North Main Corona Metrolink station and transit center on the 91 corridor, one of the most notoriously congested freeways in the state, to truly integrate highways, bus, and rail with one project. And here in Riverside, you'll see visionary thinking with the most expansive habitat conservation plan in the United States, where we are aiming to conserve 500,000 acres to protect 146 species, to protect our biodiversity while simultaneously streamlining the permitting process for transportation and housing projects that has the buy-in of both the development community and the environmental community. You'll see visionary action with our efforts to develop an east-west intercity rail corridor that connects LA to the Coachella Valley, which today is the largest region of California not served by passenger rail on a daily basis. And here in this building, where you are today, at RCTC, you'll see an agency staffed with public servants who are engaged with our communities. I understand that today at your strategic planning session, there was a lot of discussion of engagement. I'm proud to share with you that over an 8-month period this year, RCTC engaged our residents in the development of our 30-year, $30 billion plan called the Traffic Relief Plan. During that process, we engaged in English and Spanish directly with over 100,000 of our residents. On social media, we engaged directly with 1.1 million. We received 6,200 comments. We had 42,000 participants in our teletown halls, all towards building a future-facing multimodal vision for our county that received unanimous approval of our commission, which sits on this dais where you all are today. I offer RCTC as a resource to the commission as you explore your engagement efforts with Californians. And here at RCTC, you'll see some of the most talented, strategic, and solution-oriented professionals who are committed to delivering, whether that's through the TSEP program and the 7191 interchange that is currently under construction today, or the 60 truck lanes project that we just completed, or the projects that we are about to begin, such as the Mid-County Parkway, which will improve safety and mobility in the middle part of our county. Our challenges are many, and we'll have time to talk about all of that in due time, but for now, I want to celebrate our success, celebrate our partnership, and look for the abundant opportunities that we have to make meaningful improvement to the lives of the public we represent. And I am pleased now to share the microphone with my colleague at the San Bernardino Transportation Authority, an accomplished transportation professional, who I am pleased to also call a friend and mentor, Dr. Wolf.
And Director Hake, thank you. Before you leave the mic, you mentioned many things that we will see here in Orange County. In Riverside County. Where will we see the oldest orange tree?
Okay. So Riverside was the citrus capital of the world. And actually Corona, just to the west, was the lemon capital of the world. And here in Riverside on Magnolia Avenue, I can share the exact location on my phone later, but we have what's called the parent navel orange tree, which was the single tree that became all of the citrus groves in this region that produced citrus for the world. And that tree is alive today. It's protected. It's actually sitting right in the middle of Magnolia Avenue, and we're protecting it from a disease that's unfortunately infecting some of our trees. But we're very proud here of the agricultural history, and there is a state park here called Citrus State Park, and I encourage you to all visit that if you have the time, as well as the parent navel orange tree.
There you go. You've heard it here first. Thank you, Director Hake. Dr. Wolf, thank you.
But he nailed it, right? Well, good afternoon. I too would like to take the opportunity to welcome you to the Inland Empire. You have an important and challenging job as you seek to balance investments with important policy aims. And I applaud you for how you have navigated these sometimes intrinsically opposite forces. San Bernardino and Riverside counties are similar in many respects, each boasting a growing population as families look inland for affordability and quality of life enhancements. While the logistics industry continues to expand, at this, the crossroads of containerized freight movement for most of America. These two facts compel many of the transportation investment decisions that we make. As you have heard me opine many times in the past, we are not built out like many of our coastal counterpart communities. And the growth we are experiencing in population and logistics requires us to continue to invest strategically in capacity enhancements. And I did say capacity. We also realize that there are great opportunities to improve upon mass transit systems to help alleviate the strain on the existing infrastructure. In San Bernardino County, we partnered closely with Brightline West, a company that you have undoubtedly heard about, to run that system through the Cajon Pass down to the Metrolink station in Rancho Cucamonga. While Brightline West will construct and operate the first true high-speed interstate rail in North America. It's the local rail service that they will create, connecting the Victor Valley with job centers throughout Southern California without the need for cars, that's critically important to us. I highlight this because the Cajon Pass is a key freight corridor, and so removing some of the commuter traffic frees up capacity for that freight movement. On another exciting front, Metrolink is in the final testing phase of our hydrogen fuel train, passenger rail train. This is a fuel cell battery electric hybrid vehicle that will revolutionize how we view passenger rail. This vehicle is the first of its kind in North America that can operate without external power in a zero emission fashion. And the beauty of this vehicle is it can operate on existing rail infrastructure, greatly reducing the capital and operating costs long-term. Finally, we are looking at technology again to help us connect from the Rancho Cucamonga Metrolink station to Ontario International Airport, one of the fastest growing airports, both in terms of passenger loading and in terms of freight in North America. And it's critically important that we make that connection, and we're looking at using autonomous technology, autonomous vehicle technology, to build that connection. So we're looking at new technologies, new ways to innovate to help us solve traditional transportation and mobility challenges. We have a lot to do to offset the burden our population faces from growth, but we are truly excited at the opportunities this presents for us to innovate. Again, we appreciate the hard work that this body does to help shape transportation investment and transportation policy across our great state. And I too would like to echo Commissioner and Chair Gardino's comments about my dear friend, Commissioner Tavoloni. I will just add to, instead of repeating, but I'll add that as you sit here today, you are meeting at a location that's very close to the site of his childhood home that was lost when the 91 freeway came into town. So, and a fact that you didn't know, I see, Chair Gardino. But I just want to echo your comments. He was an icon, and I truly miss my friend Uncle Joe. Thank you.
Aaron, Ray, thank you very much for the welcome to this beautiful and important region. Are there any speakers on the welcome to the region comment? Justin?
Thank you, Chair. We did not receive any requests to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. And that's both virtually and in the room.
Yes, correct.
Great, thank you. We're going to move to, thank you, yes. Immediate past Chair Eager.
Yes, thank you both so much, and we've certainly loved coming here every year. And yes, this year is a little sad that we're here, our first year without Papa Joe. So with that, I would like to request that we adjourn today in honor of Joe Tavoloni.
I think that has unanimous approval. Thank you. We shall note and ensure that we do that. With that, we're going to take tabs 3 through 5 to be voted on together. Doug Remedios?
Thank you, Chair. Tab 3 is the minutes for the October 17th, 18th Commission meeting. Tab 4 is the Commissioners' meetings for compensation. And tab 5 is the committee member compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Are there any speaker cards, Justin, in the room or virtually on 3, 4, or 5?
We did not receive any requests in the room or virtually to comment on the item. Thank you.
Thank you. On the dais, is there a?
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Tiffany. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. We're going to go to reports now, starting with our Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor, on tab 6.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, First, I'd just like to recognize something that's happening in real time today and just send our support to those that may have been impacted by the earthquake this morning in Petrolia in Humboldt County. I think it's important as a body of the state of California that we recognize in real time what's going on in our state and that people are impacted, and that the support that the state provides is already on its way in terms of the Office of Emergency Support and different things like that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome back Commissioner Adonia Lugo, who is rejoining us after parental leave. We're so excited to have you back with us, and we're sending warm wishes to your family that's grown. Thank you to Aaron Hake and Ray Wolf for welcoming us to the region today and for your words honoring our dearest Commissioner Tavaloni. I'd also like to thank everyone who joined us yesterday at our Interagency Equity Advisory Committee meeting, where we celebrated the achievements of the committee over the past year. Since this is our last commission meeting of 2024, I'd like to take a few moments to reflect on what the commission has accomplished over the past year. Over the last fiscal year, the commission allocated nearly $14 billion to transportation projects across the state. These investments create more than 151,000 jobs and are building improvements that make our community safer and support a strong economy. They help the commission deliver on the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure by funding projects that reduce vehicle miles traveled and help our regional partners implement their regional transportation plans and sustainable community strategies. The commission also programmed over $24 billion for projects in the State Highway Operation and Protection Program and the State Transportation Improvement Program, with unprecedented levels of funding for complete streets and multimodal improvements in the two programs. These are tremendous investments, not just in the preservation of our transportation system, but in the continued transformation of that system into one that will serve this generation and future generations with safer, more multimodal transportation options that help all communities across the state share in our state's successes. We have made great strides in this transformation, and the work is not yet done. We will continue to build on this transformation at this meeting and next year. On this meeting's agenda, the commission will consider staff recommendations to program $101.2 million to projects in the statewide and small urban and rural components of the active transportation program. Although this is a smaller amount of funding and a smaller number of projects than we are used to seeing, it is exciting for the commission to invest in transformative projects for communities. Congratulations to Jaden Gales, Emma Maloney, Rebecca Light, and Lori Waters for their work on another successful cycle of the active transportation program. And thank you to all of our volunteer evaluators for their work reviewing applications. This week, staff will present the final updated guidelines for the State Highway and Protection Program. The updated guidelines will transparently deliver critical safety and maintenance improvements and also include changes to align our guidelines with new statutory requirements for the State Highway System Management Plan and Transportation Asset Management Plan enacted by Senate Bill 960. Thank you to everyone that engaged in our guidelines update over the course of the last year. And congratulations to John Prey, Ahmed Gonam, and Tim Silverman for getting the updated guidelines to the finish line. Also on our agenda, staff will present an update on the project applications received in the Senate in 3 Senate Bill 1 competitive programs: the Local Partnership Program, the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, and the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Staff will review applications over the next few months and bring recommendations for funding to the commission next year. Nearly $1.5 billion is available across all 3 programs for projects that provide multimodal congestion relief, improve local transportation networks, and help move goods cleaner and more efficiently across the state. These projects will be joined by an additional $90 million in investments in the local transportation climate adaptation program, when staff recommendations for that program are brought to the commission next year. Across all of these program areas, California continues to be a leader in building a transportation system that improves safety for all users, invests in equitable outcomes, delivers on climate action, and strengthens our economy. We look forward to continuing work with our state, regional, and local partners, as well as the federal government, to push that leadership throughout 2025. Commissioners, I have some brief staffing updates. Jennifer Tindick has joined our transportation planning team, supporting our work on the road charge program and the state and local transportation system needs assessment. Jennifer brings over 15 years of land use and transportation planning and policy experience from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, the California Association of Councils of Governments, and the California Air Resources Board. And Jennifer is on the left in the pictures you see. We also welcome Sasha Linker, who has joined our planning team as well. Sasha comes to us from the Fair Political Practices Commission and will be supporting our ongoing equity and engagement work. And Sasha is the picture in the middle. I'm also pleased to announce that Ben Williams has received a promotion to the Legislation and Finance team. Ben joined the commission in 2023 with the Senate Bill 1 programming team, and we're pleased he is staying on with us in his new role. I'd like to welcome and congratulate all of our new team members. And commissioners, on Friday, November 22nd, I had the pleasure of speaking before a class of UC Davis graduate students studying transportation to help impart knowledge to the next generation of our transportation leaders in our state. Events such as this one always remind me of the importance of mentorship, and I can only hope that I was able to provide them with as much guidance and wisdom as I have benefited from the leaders that came before me. Leaders like Andy Chesley, who created space for a devastatingly shy girl like myself to shine in the formative years of my career. Commissioners, that concludes my report, and as a reminder, we will meet in the new year in Sacramento. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Executive Director Taylor. Going to Justin, are there any cards, either virtually or in the room, to speak to this item?
No, we did not receive any requests virtually or in the room to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. Any questions on the dais? Seeing none?
Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Lugo would like to make some comments
Oh, goodness, yes.
at the next item.
Oh, on the next item. Great. We'll start with her then. The next item, tab 7, Commissioner and ex officio reports. I will go last, as I always try to do. And why don't we start with Commissioner Lugo? We're delighted to have you back from paternity leave, and welcome.
Thank you, Chair Guardino. I just wanted to share my appreciation for the space that was given for me to welcome my new little baby son into the family. We're still going through a lot of adjustments. My three-nager is not quite used to having a little brother, so we're still working on that. But I am so glad to be rejoining this space to find out what's happening with our transportation systems in the state of California. And I very much appreciate the work that staff has done to help get me reoriented. And I hope you all will be up for me having questions and needing to get caught up, both from my fellow commissioners and from commission staff. So thank you all. I'm glad to be here, at least virtually today.
Excellent. Thank you for participating remotely today. And we're going to the dais now. Comments from colleague commissioners? Yes, past Chair Eager.
Thank you, Chair Guardino. I'm sure I'm going to be taking Tony's thunder, but if I could have Diana Gomez come up. Is she in the room here? As some of you may know, Diana has been a faithful state service person for 36 years, Diana?
More than 36, yeah.
Yeah. I first met Diana when she came to the Valley for high-speed rail, and I know she was with Caltrans before that, and then left high-speed rail and came back to Caltrans District 6, which was her dream of always becoming the director in District 6. You have done an amazing job taking that district and building it to what it is here today. So many of the people in this room have you to thank for a lot of these projects that have been completed during your tenure. And I know this is your last meeting, and so is with a heavy heart, but certainly congratulations to you, that we want to thank you for all of your service to the people of the state of California and specific to the people of the Central Valley. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, just really appreciate the support. Obviously, the highlights of my career are standing up here and answering questions. But first of all, thank you, Commissioner Eager, for your support of the Valley. And so, appreciate Tanisha and all of the staff. And again, it's not just one person, it's all of us collectively working together to do what's best for the state of California. So thank you, really have. This has been the best 4 years of my entire career, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Past Chair Eager, thank you for calling out Diana. Diana, we'll do our best to pick on you over the next 24 hours. Good. Comments from other colleagues? Yeah, okay. Why don't we reserve the right for Vice Chair Grisby to make comments?
Yeah, I'm not going to try to speak for Vice Chair Grisby, man.
And it's nice
Blow
to
me
be
out of the
in your
water.
hometown, Vice Chair.
I just didn't want to jump the line, that's all.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
feel free.
First I want to say it's good to be back in Riverside, and I appreciate again, and well-deserved, but I do want to spotlight and uplift staff again, particularly for this commissioner, all the coaching, always being there to answer questions, and it's just such a great team. The same for my fellow commissioners, just gratitude, and a great team down here in Riverside, Inland Empire. My comments today are just about, again, just a reminder as we look at very serious issues facing the state, all tied to transportation, whether it be greenhouse gases or vehicle miles traveled. That we do remember we've got a long ways to go in dealing with the majority of the California population and things that we do control here and things we don't, but to keep in mind that safety is crucial. We talked about it a little earlier today, but also that overall effects of housing and other things tied to transportation has really put the working class folks, the majority of the state, in a tough spot. So when we make decisions here, to have a balanced approach and to take that into consideration and to keep a progress moving forward, but not tip over our whole working class and the economy. And that as we codify things, we be a little careful there that we don't get so tight on what's going to be either through legislative moves or others that ties our hands so much we can't have some flexibility to phase things in and to have a balanced approach to ensure that we have a vibrant California that does, again, not only move people safely where they need to go, whether that be to home or to work, have an efficient manner, but we have connectivity and we uplift the whole state, particularly probably an abused term, but a legitimate term, underserved communities, but not to use that generically, that to actually look at what's happening in communities, to look at those less fortunate than some of us, and what it means to them as we make decisions around infrastructure and how to serve them and give them a voice here as well. But I'm a bit of a broken record on it, that when we look at what happens on our highways, a lot affects both rural and the urban core, and a lot of folks have just been pushed out where they prefer to live because of the cost of housing. Certainly to solve that, we need good transportation, but I think we have a real hard time solving the environmental challenges in the state if we don't skin the housing problem. So we got to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Others? Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair, and wanted to echo the comments that Commissioner Brashaw just made. Having grown up here in Riverside, I understand the impact that long commutes have on people. And we have to really figure out how to make sure that the working class understands the benefits they receive, like from equity and from climate action. Does it reduce the cost of out-of-pocket expenses for them? We really need to focus on that, and I hope that we can. Thanks.
Other commissioner comments? If I may, then, I want to continue the theme that we've tried to set throughout 2024 in a country that, again, regrettably, often has lost civility in its public discourse. And I want to emphasize, we want vigorous debate. We truly do. We want to attack issues that impact our communities. We just want to do it in a way that we're not attacking each other and therefore shutting others down or making them feel that they are not in a safe space to participate. So yes to vigorous debate without the viciousness that has all too often seeped into our discourse, especially at the national level. We're better than that. And your California Transportation Commission wants you to know, whether in person or virtually, that you are safe to speak, to debate, and to be respected as you do so. With that, Doug, if we are ready, we're going to continue with just a 60-second video from the series from the National Governors Association on Disagree Better. Notice it doesn't say don't disagree. It says disagree better. And one of my favorite governors, Wes Moore of Maryland, with one of his local mayors, is captured in this short video. Douglas, are we ready? With volume turned up?
Hi, I'm Wes Moore, Democratic Governor of Maryland.
And I'm Jack Coburn, Republican Mayor of the town of Lonoconee.
Our different backgrounds and experiences mean we do a lot of things differently.
And that goes beyond just eating at different restaurants.
But we can have our differences without being divisive or hateful.
We can listen to the other side, ask questions, have important conversations.
Now don't get us wrong, differences matter. We wouldn't be Maryland without people from big cities and small towns, social justice warriors, talk show conspiracy nuts,
and everyone in between. We need them all.
So we're not asking everyone to vote for the same person, read the same news, or even agree on the big issues.
We're just saying there's a better way to disagree.
And who knows, in the end, we might not be as far apart as we thought.
Governor?
Don't mind if I do. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Together, we can disagree better.
So let's continue to respect points of view that may be different than our own without pointing fingers in each other's faces. With that, we will, unless there are any public comments on Commissioner and ex officio reports, Justin?
We did not receive any request to comment on the reports. Thank you.
Great. Then we're just delighted to have CalSTA's Undersecretary Mark Tollefson not only with us today, but yesterday for our EAC meeting as well. Mark, thank you. We'd love to hear from you.
Well, great. Yeah, thanks, Chair Gardino. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today with you all on behalf of Secretary Mashakin. As I mentioned yesterday, I just can't believe that we're already in December and this is actually our last commission meeting. But yeah, as we reflect back, there's been just so much that we've accomplished, I think, in the transportation space over this past year, even in some of the constrained budget timelines. So one thing that I did want to plug before I get into our normal updates is we are working on a accomplishments report. Our CalSTA's 2024 annual accomplishments report and video will be coming out in the next several weeks. That will highlight all of the work of our 8 departments, boards, and commissions. So definitely keep your eyes open for that in the next few weeks before the end of the calendar year. And if we could pull up our slides, that'd be great. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So one thing that I wanted to highlight just in terms of changes within the CalSTA family, I think many of you in the room have worked with Director Barbara Rooney over at the Office of Traffic Safety. She retired on November 21st. After a 34-year career. So Really, she has just been instrumental with a lot of the work that we've done within the Calsta family just over her storied career. Just a few highlights that I wanted to mention. So just in terms of strengthening the momentum within the Office of Traffic Safety, over the past 3 consecutive years, we've had the largest investments in safety through their office, including October 2024, the announcement of a record $149 million in federal grant funding to make roads safer throughout the state. She also led a lot of efforts to advance equity and traffic safety, embed the safe systems approach in our work, and encourage Californians to take an active role in promoting positive change in their communities through the Traffic Safety Champion Program. So we really wish Barbara the very best in this new chapter, but also wanted to congratulate Jessica Chan, who is serving as our acting director at OTS. Jessica has served as the Deputy Director of Administrative Services there and will be holding that role until we permanently fill that position. Next slide. So I'll go and provide my updates in the context of our Core 4 as we typically do. Love this slide here on climate action. So the visual on the screen really just serves as an important reminder of the transportation air pollution impacts our public faces every day. As California's transportation agency, we continue to aggressively confront these issues, and our solutions are widespread. So some of those recent efforts I'll highlight, which you'll also see on the screen. So I've had the opportunity to chair our Transit Transformation Task Force. We held our 6th meeting on October 28th in Monterey. I wanted to just flag for everyone our upcoming meeting, which will be December 10th in Clovis. Hope that a number of you can join us there in person if you're able to. Otherwise, we do have virtual options for you all. For SB 125, we are working on the next iteration of those guidelines. They are under development. We are hoping to release those in the coming days in this first half of December. So again, be on the lookout for those. The next disbursement of funds, which will be about $1 billion statewide, will be delivered no later than April 30th of 2025. We've had a lot of discussions on CAPTI recently, our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. I know we'll have an agenda item later today where Darwin Musavi will be able to give a quick update on that. But I'd really like to just thank all of you and all of our stakeholders for the engagement as we continue to work towards our new set of actions as we move into this next phase of CAPTI. A lot of those discussions stemmed back into the springtime where we held listening sessions, workshops in the fall. And I know we had a pretty robust discussion at the joint CARB CTC HCD meeting just this past month. So we definitely value your input. We had put out those draft actions, I believe, on November 1st for public comment. That public comment period will close next Friday on December 13th. So definitely would encourage you all to provide your feedback on those actions as we do plan to release those in the earlier part of next year. So you can also submit comments through our CAPTI mailbox. So the email address there is capti, C-A-P-T-I, @calsta.ca.gov. And definitely looking forward to further dialogue on that. And I think today, as Darwin presents, he'll talk about a little bit of the feedback that we've received today and some of the things that we're contemplating in terms of how we are taking that feedback and moving that towards our final actions that hopefully we will, again, release early next year. Let's go to the next slide. Some of the biggest climate action news this fall was actually through our TRCP program, our Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, our Cycle 7 awards. I really love this visual on the screen because it does show just how widespread that program has been, really touching all parts of the state. So on October 23rd and 24th, since the last CTC meeting, we were able to award about $1.3 billion for 27 new public transportation TRCP projects, really intended to improve rail and transit throughout the state. So there were 27 projects that we awarded, really looking to give California's real alternatives to driving and help us keep on track with our climate goals. So just a couple of notes with that. These projects are expected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 4.3 million tons. That's the equivalent of about 1.3 million gas-powered cars coming off the road. And they also, and this is actually the most important piece here, that will leverage $8.6 billion in matching funds from local, federal, and other sources. So really that opportunity of using our state programs to leverage additional funds for these really important projects. Just a couple other notes here. Since 2023, we've invested over $4.8 billion. And actually, if you take that back all the way to 2015, more than $11.5 billion has been invested for over 153 projects. So pretty amazing stuff there. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So on the screen here, Velaz, one of our partners in the EV space, they published a quarterly graphic that shares California's EV-related updates. Pretty amazing stuff if you look at the numbers there. I'll just highlight a few. So California has now surpassed 2 million EVs sold statewide, more than any other state in the nation. In just Q3 of this year, Californians purchased almost 116,000 EVs, which was 26.4% of all new vehicle sales in the state. California continues to lead the nation in our work, really being a leader in this space. 30.3% of all EVs in the US are sold here in California. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this photo, I think, that you're seeing on the screen was from the October EAC meeting, and I have the privilege yesterday to participate in the most recent meeting. Lots of great discussion. I won't necessarily repeat myself, but I do want to take a moment and really just stress the importance that the role of the EAC plays in really guiding our work here at CalSTA and with our departments, but really cementing equity into all of our transportation entities and really pushing us to continue to update our plans and processes to help actively reduce inequities and better serve the needs of all Californians. Do want to really thank all of our members. We are coming to the end of our first cohort. Do want to have a special shout out to Chair Walker. I know he's in the room. Really, your leadership as the first ever chair has really pushed us and set us on a great foundation moving forward. Also would like to recognize Vice Chair Armis Kelly for your leadership as well. You've just been great in terms of your compassion and bringing attention to issues for our Native American and rural communities in the state. But I think we are in good hands and have a great foundation as we move forward. And I know we'll have an item to update a little bit on that in a little more detail. Next slide, please. So as we think about safety, we'll talk about our California Highway Patrol. We hit a recent milestone where Governor Newsom was able to announce that we have hit our ambitious goal to hire 1,000 new CHP officers. So that was reached at our graduation on November 15th, where we graduated 121 cadets. That was our largest graduating class in 2 years, which is incredible. And just given the campaign starting in 2022, I will say in the first 10 months of 2024 of this year, we actually had over 21,000 applications submitted. So definitely getting the word out and a lot of interest in our law enforcement personnel at the Highway Patrol and the great work that they do. The next class just arrived 4 days ago on December 1st at the CHP Academy. This class has 160 cadets, so already working hard to prepare for their significant public service careers. One other thing that I wanted to mention here with respect to NHTSA, many of you have already kind of heard the news, but I'll share it anyway. This is with our National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. They put out a recent update. The numbers are encouraging, so I'll share a couple of those. So nationally, NHTSA is projecting that an estimated 18,720 people died in traffic crashes in the first 6 months of the year. While that number does sound daunting, that's actually a 3.2% decrease from the same time last year, so 610 fewer deaths. So definitely making progress there. In California, our numbers in the first 6 months, they are very similar year over year. We had an estimated 1,987 fatalities in the first part of last year, compared to an estimated or projected 1,992 fatalities in the same period. So definitely something we still are very focused on front and center, trying to get those numbers down, but good to see that at a national level, we are seeing a lot of progress. One other thing that I wanted to highlight is actually with our new motor vehicle board. So they partnered with the National Safety Council on a campaign and really pushing out messaging around car recalls. I think many of you may have heard of the Check to Protect effort. So I'd actually just encourage you, for anyone who's tired of listening to me drone on, you can go to checktoprotect.org, and you're able to just pull up your either license or VIN number, and it'll tell you if you have any open recalls. Really easy to do. I will say that the Takata airbag issues that have been faced over the past several years have been front and center to those recalls. 28 deaths and at least 400 alleged injuries have been resulting from Takata airbags since 2009. California actually leads the nation with the number of cars with open recalls, equaling 6.2 million. Obviously, we lead the nation with the number of vehicles in our state, but definitely something that we encourage everyone to go to checktoprotect.org to see if there are any open recalls to get those addressed. And then lastly, yesterday our secretary and other members of our CALSA team, they were part of proactive conversations to plan, coordinate, and partner as part of the Visit California Snow Summit meeting. Really trying to focus on how we address our roadways during these harsh winters. So it was a productive conversation about the planning, and I know Director Tavares and the Caltrans team, they were involved and are prepping for this winter season. Let's go to our next slide. And again, you're just in the context of the Snow Summit meeting, not only safety, but also focused on our economy. Key point is businesses big and small depend on our open roadways. So mitigating any of those potential weather-related impacts, is critical. And again, we can't take clearing our roads and seamless travel for granted, and really appreciate the work of our Caltrans team getting out there and keeping the roads open. Prop 4, so as part of last month's election, I know there was a lot of anxiety around that in general, but the climate bond, the $10 billion climate bond did pass. So that includes $475 million for port infrastructure related to offshore wind development. Overall, in terms of that bond, 40% of the money will go towards disadvantaged communities and has the potential to prevent billions of dollars of damages related to extreme storms, wildfires, drought, and rising sea levels. And then lastly, wanted to talk a bit about an award that I'm really excited about. So at the end of October, US EPA's Clean Ports Program awarded more than $1 billion to California. So that was actually 1/3 of the entire federal program, which is pretty amazing. So just a couple awards to highlight that did work to leverage funding from our PFIP program. The Port of Hueneme received $42 million. Port of Oakland received $322 million. Actually, Port of Los Angeles received the nation's largest Clean Ports grant of $411 million, which will help the port shift to zero-emission operations. Other awards in Port of San Francisco, San Diego, and Stockton. So really excited about that to continue to help our ports and help kind of lead the nation in greening our ports and allowing commerce to continue. We can go to the last slide. And just as I wrap, wanted to just highlight a couple things. On the DMV front, we actually held our second hackathon, which is actually an opportunity to hold conversations around a mobile driver's license. So encourage all of you to go to the Google or Apple store. You're able to now download your mobile driver's license through that venue. We're looking at, through these hackathons, also the use cases around the mobile driver's license. It's great to have that as a tool, but can you actually use it in locations? So a lot of work happening with our convenience stores, grocers, working with TSA on that as well. So a lot of great ideas coming out from our tech community, as well as the folks within DMV, really continuing to innovate and bring DMV into the future. So with that, I know we have a huge agenda, so I will wrap, but it's really been a pleasure to share our updates today, and thank you all for the work that you're doing, and hope everyone has a healthy and happy new year.
Undersecretary Tolleson, thank you. That report was excellent, interesting and substantive. Let's find out if others agree with me. Shall we find out if there are any questions or comments virtually or in the room? Justin.
Thank you, Chair. We did not receive any requests to comment on the item. Thank you.
That's because everyone agrees with me. But let's find out on the dais. Colleagues, any questions or comments for Undersecretary Tollefson? We're letting him off easy.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you again for joining us, and please give our best to Secretary Omashakin. We're going to move on then to tab 9 with Caltrans Director Tony Tavares. Tony, it's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Chair
Excuse me,
Gardino.
Tony,
Thank you,
can
Commissioners.
Just a quick comment. We had a request from our ASL interpreters, if everyone could talk a little slower. They're having trouble keeping up. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that. We'll try to curb our enthusiasm just a little bit and slow down. Director Tavares?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Tavares, Caltrans Director. Appreciate this opportunity to share some highlights from Caltrans over the last couple months. And before I do, as this is our last CTC meeting for 2024, wishing everyone a very happy New Year and joyous holiday season. At Caltrans, we have a lot to really be proud of. A lot of our team members are here in the audience. A lot of great work that was done to help improve the quality of life for Californians up and down the state in 2024, and we're extremely excited to see what 2025 brings in the coming weeks here. Next slide. So I'm really thrilled that we were able to fill 5 key executive leadership positions at Caltrans just recently. And last month, I announced all 5 at the same time and wanted to share that here with all of you in this room. First, starting from the left and working my way to the right, Sergio Aceves has been appointed as our North Region and District 3 Director. He has been with Caltrans for a little over 26 years. I've worked with him both in the district role as well as in a headquarters capacity. He has a broad background in both capital program delivery as well as many of the owner-operator divisions in the department as well. So he'll be overseeing close to 2,200 multidisciplinary professionals from the early planning phases of project delivery, our capital improvements, our maintenance, and our operations of the state highway system. So congratulations to Sergio. I also want to announce Grace Maxeo as our District 10 Director. Grace has made District 10 her home for the last 18 years, and I actually had the opportunity to work directly with her close to 15 years ago, and I found her to be just a phenomenal leader in the district and with her peers. And so she is going to be leading our District 10 district in the Central Valley that encompasses 8 counties, and working very closely with our partners to deliver great transportation solutions for the people in the Central Valley. Continue to work my way to the right. I am also thrilled to have appointed Ann Fox as our District 11 Director in San Diego. For the past year, Ann has been our Acting Deputy Director for Planning and Modal Programs in headquarters. And I was very impressed with her abilities and what she brought to the team as far as being able to continue to move CSIS and CAPTI and all the work that we're doing across the Corps for moving that forward. And so she's continuing that work in District 11, and she is the perfect person for that location there. Just thrilled to have her there. Continue to work to the right. Our new Deputy Director for Planning and Modal Programs is Marlon Flournoy, and Marlon has also been with the department for about 25 years. He has a great wealth of diverse leadership experience. He held a leadership role at CalSTA prior to returning to Caltrans in 2019, and he also helped lead the teams that developed CSIS, as well as working on CAPTI 2.0 and ensuring that the department implements those provisions going forward. So congratulations to Marlon in his new role. And last and definitely not least is Janice Benton as our Deputy Director for Maintenance and Operations. And this is an area that I've spent a third of my career working in at Caltrans, and so understanding the individuals and more than 7,000 women and men who work in the maintenance program and their needs, I was very thrilled that Janice put her name in to apply for this position. Janice comes with a lot of empathy, compassion, as well as a lot of great leadership that she is going to, will serve her well in this role. And prior to this role, she also kicked off our Caltrans broadband middle mile program. She was the one leading that for the department as our program manager, and she was able to set that in the momentum, moving that forward to where Caltrans is delivering that program today. So a huge congratulations to Sergio, Grace, Ann, Marlon, and Janice in their promotions and their appointments. Could we give them a round of applause? And although it's been said already, past Chair Eager beat me to the punch, I do have to also recognize Diana Gomez as our District 6 Director. She will be retiring here at the end of the month. She's having a huge party a week from tomorrow in Fresno. You're all invited, please come. But no, actually, we are going to miss you. She's been just a wonderful leader for the Central Valley there in Fresno. Her roles back in high-speed rail, but also at Caltrans, and I've learned a lot from her. I've been able to work with her for more than 20 years together in various capacities, and just think the world of her. And Diana, I'm going to miss you, and congratulations. Can we give her a round? Next slide, please. So given that we're coming up at the end of the calendar year, I just wanted to provide a snapshot of where things currently stand regarding our efforts to reach our Vision Zero goal by the year 2050. As you know, safety has always been paramount at Caltrans. It's our #1 priority, but in recent years, we've recognized that a need to really develop a more coordinated approach across all of our programs and all of our districts together. Since then, Caltrans has implemented dozens of changes to our policies and procedures to help integrate the safe systems approach in everything that we do. Those actions have included creating a new division of safety programs with a chief safety officer who is Rachel Carpenter, issuing director's policies on safety, creating road safety action plans, and increasing stakeholder engagement and collaboration, among many other things. More recently, we've released our second biannual Complete Streets Action Plan to track and identify high-priority efforts that need to be implemented within the department. And in 2024, earlier this year, we released Design Information Bulletin 94, which provides contextual design guidance for statewide equitable and sustainable mobility. The bulletin emphasizes meeting community needs and shifting from a vehicle-centered view of the state highway system to a more people-focused transportation network. This design bulletin also complements our other two guides, the Main Street Guide for California and also the Traffic Calming Guide. The Main Street Guide also emphasizes a people-centered main streets to improve multimodal access, equity, economic prosperity, and environmental quality through engagement, collaboration, and partnership. Our Traffic Calming Guide encourages building self-enforcing roadways that guide road users to travel at safe speeds, specifically at conflict points. Through these various coordinated efforts, we've built a department now that is laser-focused on reaching our Vision Zero goal. And in addition to that, we're not just having the policies, we're not just delivering manuals and guidance, but we're actually increasing funding in the space of safety. And since 2019, Caltrans has increased our investment in proactive safety improvements to the state highway system by more than 365%. Through the year 2028, looking forward, we expect to spend at least $1 billion per year on safety improvements. This includes both proactive and reactive safety enhancements, as well as projects planned through our maintenance safety program. Now, these figures represent much more than just dollars and cents. They reflect a shift in our organizational culture and philosophy going forward. And with anything related to infrastructure planning, permitting, designing, and constructing, it will definitely take a little time to see the full impact of all these dollars, but I am looking forward and confident that this funding, as well as the guidance and policies that we have put in place, will allow us to reach that Vision Zero goal by 2050. In addition, we're using technology to help us with safety. This spring, we anticipate releasing our final report documenting the findings of the generative artificial intelligence tools that we are developing to improve safety and improve traffic mobility. I'm extremely proud of everything that all of our Caltrans employees have done this year and the work that they've laid to change and innovate Caltrans into the future. Again, we have a lot to be proud of, the work that we've accomplished in 2024, and a lot to be excited about what 2025 holds. And I look forward to sharing more progress with safety with all of you in the coming year. Next slide. So tying into the safety as well as the PCH, providing a quick update on that. As we reported last time, the lion's share of the director's order work is complete. The work performed incorporated many of the strategies from our traffic calming guidance manual that was released. That includes all the striping, the speed feedback radar signs, and the optical speed bar pavement marking work. I'm glad to see District 7 is wrapping up the remaining items here soon. In addition, Caltrans has been working on the master plan feasibility study, which is focused on assisting the city of Malibu with its vision of changing that roadway from a highway to more of a boulevard. Caltrans has held 6 public workshops, 4 in person, 2 virtually, where project team members sought feedback on refined concepts and analysis. We had over 1,300 people participate and received more than 1,200 comments. Among the comments we have received so far, we found that there were several key themes, including strong support for enhancing safety and accessibility with protected bikeways, protected pedestrian paths, and organized parking, as well as there was significant interest in reducing speeds, particularly in the residential and commercial areas, with suggestions for speed limits, speed safety cameras, and other enforcement measures to improve safety. Overall, the feedback that we've received shows a desire for a balanced improvement along that entire corridor. And the draft master plan feasibility study will be presented at a public engagement workshop next week on December 11th. Shortly after that workshop, the draft will be released to the public for review for additional comments, and we will take those comments in, refine the report, and hopefully provide the final report by early 2025. So pictured here on the slide are 2 renderings of potential options for the PCH that Caltrans will be presenting next week based on feedback we received from stakeholders, community members, businesses in the area. We continue to look forward to engaging the community, collaborating with them on this draft report, and receiving additional feedback and incorporating that feedback in the coming weeks. Next slide.
Director Taveras, before you leave that,
Yes.
may I just thank you and District 7 Director Gloria Roberts, your entire team, LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, State Senator Ben Allen, the City of Malibu, and all the CHP, all the stakeholders that have been working so diligently and so thoughtfully and transparently on those improvements. I'm just so impressed with how hard you, Secretary Omashakin, and everyone else is engaged in this. And my deep thanks personally and professionally.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, for those kind words. It's the team all working together, and I have to say a huge thanks to Secretary Omashakin for bringing us all together. In fact, We are looking at what we're doing on the PCH as a model on how we go forward on other corridors throughout the state. And so this is our we're learning from this, and we're going to apply it across the state. So just excited for the work that's being done and the leadership from the Secretary and the Undersecretary. Thank you.
And not to mention Governor Newsom, who has led from the top on this and
Yes,
pushing this.
absolutely, Governor Newsom. Yes. So on this slide, you'll see a photo of the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing being constructed over US 101 in the Santa Monica Mountains near Los Angeles. This project reached a major milestone in early October as construction for Stage 1 was substantially completed. The bridge deck is now in place, and the contractor will begin preparations to place soil and vegetation on the crossing in the coming weeks. So we're extremely excited to see this project come together. There's still more work to be done, but it is really making a transformational change here when it comes to wildlife crossings. Also in October, late October, Caltrans released our initial Wildlife Connectivity Report, which identifies more than 140 locations across the entire state with opportunities to improve wildlife connectivity, both terrestrial and aquatic life. We're partnering with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to prioritize, to fund, and deliver these critical connections. This effort aligns very nicely with Governor Newsom's vision to lead the world in protecting biodiversity and restoring our fragile ecosystem. And we've developed an extremely strong partnership with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on this topic. And in fact, next month, Director Chuck Bonham and I will be participating in a national conference on wildlife connectivity that is being held here in Southern California. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to continue Caltrans's partnership with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and to collaborate with stakeholders across all environmental groups and subject matter experts. Next slide. So before I finish up my presentation, just wanted to touch on one more topic, and that is really the infrastructure bill that was passed 3 years ago. In fact, the anniversary was November 15th, just a couple weeks ago. This is that $1.2 trillion legislation, including around $500 million in brand new federal investment for infrastructure projects. Since 2021, California has received more than $46 billion in the IGA funding, which nearly $13 billion of that 46 has been invested into transportation projects. And of that $13 billion, $1.9 billion has been allocated directly to disadvantaged business enterprises. So just a great amount of work. I want to thank this commission for allocating the lion's share of these funds to transportation improvements that will improve the quality of life for all Californians. So thank you very much, commissioners. In addition to the direct impact of the funding and the projects, this funding has also created over 171,000 jobs for people in California, and due in large part to the advocacy and efforts of Governor Newsom's office. Since the bill was signed into law, Caltrans has successfully been awarded billions more in discretionary grant funding as well. In the past few months, California has received funding for a few major projects, and I'll list a couple of them here. Through the Infra Grant Program, approximately $98 million was received to reconstruct State Route 99 and the Page Avenue interchange in Tulare, creating a consolidated multimodal interchange with roundabouts, shared use paths, and many safety enhancements. Also, through another infra grant, Caltrans was awarded $105 million for improvements to State Route 84 and US 101 interchange in Redwood City in the Bay Area. That project will add numerous safety and efficiency improvements. And also, Caltrans received $5.6 million in Attain grants to expand our recently deployed connected vehicle infrastructure here in Southern California in District 12. Last month, we also announced $18.7 million to improve passenger rail service and freight movement for the Amtrak San Joaquin stations in the Central Valley. And in addition, the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission received $2 million in matching funds from CalSTA, the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, to continue their Rail Academy's workforce development mission. In support of their workforce development efforts, I attended the Rail Academy's open house last month, where I met with dozens of young people aspiring to work in the transportation sector. The event reinforced the importance of continuing to fund these workforce development programs and the impact that these programs have on the lives of so many people who are seeking pathways for economic mobility. But Caltrans isn't stopping there. We're also continuing to do our part on this front, and Caltrans is partnering with the California Workforce Development Board, and we've initiated a $50 million training partnership in an effort to train at least 2,000 individuals through an industry-standard multi-craft core curriculum. That effort will be funded again through IGEF, through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And one last IGEF funding that I want to mention, Caltrans and the California Energy Commission in partnership received $37.7 million to fund 11 NEVI projects. These will install and operate and maintain hundreds of fast electric chargers along interstates and highways across the state. To date, California has received $220 million of the total $384 million in formula funds expected under this NEVI program. And staying with the NEVI theme, Caltrans and the Energy Commission received approval from the Federal Highway Administration on California's annual NEVI deployment plan, so our electric vehicle infrastructure efforts are in a great place heading into 2025. A very special thanks to Federal Highway Administration, California Administrator Alyssa Kanov, and her entire FHWA team for helping get this deployment plan approved. So commissioners, this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
That was outstanding. Thank you, Director Tavares, for the update. I believe we have at least one person remotely who would like to speak on this item, or is it in person? Remote, thank you. Are there any cards in person, Justin?
We did not receive any cards in person, but we do have the one virtual attendee.
Wonderful. Why don't we go ahead and let that person join us? And again, noting for everyone who would like to speak to any item today, as Doug said at the beginning, we'll set the clock for 2 minutes. Don't feel rushed. The clock will not start until you start.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Brian Rosen.
Hi. One thing I'm concerned about is bicycles and electric bicycles. There are a lot of long distance bicycle travelers on the road. And wouldn't it be wonderful if we actually would have electric bicycle charging stations, not just electric car charging stations? I mean, bicycles are a lot better for the environment than cars, even electric bicycles. And electric cars still pose a lot of environmental problems with the batteries and where they're getting the elements from. It would be really great if Caltrans could help fund these and set up these bicycle programs, including in cities across the state of California, so we have a place to charge our electric bicycles. And in Santa Barbara, they have a wonderful program where, like a bicycle share program, it is kind of privatized. It is privatized, but a lot of people use it, and it gets people out of their cars, and a lot of tourists get out of their cars. So I just wish something could be done by Caltrans to really help set these kind of programs up so we can really get the cars off the roads. Places like Monterey, you can get to Carmel in just 10 minutes or so on an electric bicycle, and the traffic is so crowded on the highway. It's stop and go so much of the time. And so that's my comment. I wish Caltrans would address electric bicycle charging stations and setting up programs where people can use electric bicycles to get around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranson. Anyone else who would like to address the commission on this tab item?
We did not receive any other requests for public comment.
Great, we'll go to the dais then. Colleagues, any questions or comments for Director Tavares? I'm seeing, and I love this system that we have here in Riverside County where I can actually see who has lit up their mic. So I believe I'm seeing, yes, I believe I'm seeing Commissioner Falcone.
Squeaky. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tony, for Director Tavares for a very positive report and all the progress that you're doing in your department. A couple things. First of all, I want to thank you for sending back Ann Fox to District 11. Looking forward to working with her in her position leading District 11, another woman leading your district is wonderful. So thank you for that. And also want to thank, if he's listening, Everett Townsend, who stepped up to serve as acting district director, did a great job when Gustavo Gallardo retired over a year ago now. So thank you, Everett, if you're listening. Also, just want to really emphasize the heroism of your state workers, particularly the ones that construct and maintain our highway system. Most recently, there were 3 construction workers that was hit by a DUI driver off the 805 on-ramp. I hope they're doing okay, but it was a DUI. So, you know, your report on what we can do to fund more solutions to keeping folks safe on the system, particularly our workers that are just exposed as they're working on, you know, the health and safety of the highway that keeps us safe as well. So I just want to, you know, emphasize our partnership to help you with that. Really interested in progress as it relates to technology, and that's interesting, the innovations that you're talking about, AI. Hopefully those are things that can be advanced. And then finally, just want to also send well wishes to Diana Gomez over there. As much as we have sent you questions, pointed questions sometimes, and you're always very gracious as you approach the podium with a sense of humor, you've given it back to us. So we're going to miss your sense of humor. I have personally been challenged by it sometimes, but in a good way. We're going to miss you. I will personally miss you. I enjoy our conversations, and hopefully you won't be a stranger to the CTC. Come by and visit us at our hearings. So good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Anyone else on the dais? Oh, good, yes. Commissioner Mann?
Yes, thank you so much for that report. It was really helpful. I just wanted to kind of speak on the wildlife crossing. It's such a critical, huge, important project. And earlier we were talking a little bit about what it takes to cultivate environmental stewards, transportation stewards, people who just care about these issues from a generational perspective. And this project is a piece of infrastructure that shares the focus of California's vision in terms of biodiversity, the goals of Governor Newsom, but it also helps to cultivate so many other stewards in the future to understand why this is important from a huge visual perspective. So thank you for all the work that you and your team have been doing on that project, and I'm really excited to see it come to fruition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments from the dais? Any requests for comment from the public, either online or in the room?
We did not receive any requests from the public online or in person to comment on the item. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I guess we go on to the next item, which is tab 10, FHWA. Welcome.
Commissioners, the pleasure to provide the Federal Highway Administration report today. I'm Alyssa Cano, the California Division Administrator. I want to start by a thank you to our Caltrans partners. As Director Taylor mentioned this morning, we time with some things that are happening on our way to or during meetings. And Caltrans provided an immediate quick response to the earthquake in Northern California this morning. And I really appreciate them keeping the federal highway partners in the loop. So headquarters in DC, and please know that we stand ready to provide any assistance to the state that may be needed. Thank Caltrans for hosting a joint working committee, or JWC, meeting of border officials and staff that is happening in San Diego. From the state, multiple. I'm going to pause for a moment and see if we can fix. This one? My other. Does this one work better?
Yes.
It's also more appropriate for my height, so that works. So thank you to Caltrans and District 11 for hosting the Joint Working Committee and the border planning staff and officials that's going on today. I will share a few updates from DC and our headquarters. As you have probably seen, former Congressman Sean Duffy has been nominated for the US DOT Secretary, and the transition process is underway in DC at Department of Transportation. Federal Highway Administration is supporting the department in the transition team and briefings that will be going on. We also do have an announcement from our acting administrator at Federal Highway, Kristen White, who will be departing the agency on December 13th in the transition moves. And the acting administrator will be our executive director, Gloria Shepard. Just to share, our role in the division will be supporting the headquarters and the department in the transition activities, and continue to serve in support of delivering the Federal Aid Highway Program together and our continued partnership. I did want to mention one of the areas in the top priority areas to continue to work together is safety. So I appreciate the information shared by Undersecretary Tolleson and Director Tavares about the safety initiatives, and I know how much the department and the commission and all of our partners have been trying to put into place in order to move those fatality numbers downward. And so very pleased to see a 9% decrease in the preliminary NHTSA figures for California, really reflecting that commitment. And I do want to say, while this is a downward trend and that is good to see, we want to continue our resolve to focus on safety and make these trends. We had a recent executive meeting for Federal Highway leadership, and we had an entire discussion on safety culture and what we can all do personally to demonstrate safety culture. And I'm really trying to bring that and share that message of incorporating a safety culture both at work and at home. And what we can do to slow down, put our phones down, remember that things can wait, and really embrace that safety culture in everything that we do. Also appreciate all of the partnership we have with the state on delivering the IIJA, or Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill investments. Thank you, Director Tavares, for mentioning a few of the over 300 grants we are administering here in the California division just for federal highway, totaling over $3 billion. Ongoing awards have been announced recently, in addition to the ones already mentioned. I will mention that the Safe Streets and Roads for All third round, California continues to be the big winner on that program. And so in the third round alone, 83 grants awarded for almost $200 million in California. We'll be having another round of kickoff meeting with the recipients, I believe next week, and moving those. There was also a new program under Bill, it's sort of a successor program on road charge, called the Strategic Innovation for Revenue Collection Grant Awards, and the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, was awarded $1.4 million for a project to test alternative revenue collection methods using existing tolling capabilities. Caltrans also received $32 million for the Low Carbon Transportation Materials Discretionary Grant Program that was under the Inflation Reduction Act. Great to see that out, as well as $2 million for another new program called the Prioritization Process Pilot Program, or PPPP. This is for a project to incorporate climate change, adaptation, and resilience considerations into the project ranking and selection process. So great to see that mentioned as well. A few notices of funding opportunity that are open currently. The RAISE program, very popular, recent awards made on that. And the latest round is open now until January 30th. I'm sure everyone's working on their applications for that. And also the PROTECT program, and that is open, actually, multi-year funding opportunity to award the remainder of the funding under that program that is authorized under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And the first upcoming deadline on that is February 24th. So a few deadlines to look out for those programs. I did want to highlight a few items of guidance and regulation that might be of interest to the Commission. One is interim guidance on the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement, or CMAQ program. This is a very well embraced and well utilized program here in funding in California. Is utilized to flex funding to FTA for projects as well. And so this guidance has been updated for the first time in 10 years to incorporate new requirements under Bill. And so that is available now. It has been published, and FHWA is taking public comments on that interim guidance before it becomes final. In addition, there's been a notice of proposed rulemaking published on asset management and the asset management plans that are required for state DOTs, and incorporating new bill provisions in those plans, asset management plans as well. And so that is comments must be received by for that by January 13th. And one other area I wanted to mention to highlight safety enhancement is a final rule that has been made effective on work zone safety and mobility and temporary traffic control devices, final rules. And so this is making updates to the rulemaking and focus on work zone safety. And the last announcement I will make is a resource and a webinar that is coming up that might be of interest to some. And it is the FHWA is hosting a national virtual peer exchange on MPO target setting for transportation performance management, performance measures. This has been, an ongoing, evolving process for all state DOTs and MPOs. So this might be a valuable exchange on December 17th. Anyone is, the target audience is MPOs, but anyone is welcome to attend, and information available on our website. That concludes my report today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the update and such positive news. Justin, do we have anyone in the room or online who would like to speak to this item?
No, we did not receive any request in the room or virtually to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. And I'm looking at my screen here to see if anyone on the dais' lights are lit up. I'm not seeing any at the moment. Would anyone like to address this item? Okay, seeing and hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to tab 11, our regional agencies moderator, Carl Anderson. Thanks for joining us in person.
Orla. All right.
You can go to the one where you don't have to.
That was the one that wasn't working.
It's no longer, it keeps getting out. Okay, good.
Yeah, unlike Alyssa, this won't fit for my height, but I'll try my best.
Carl, if you sit next to Paul, you can use one of the mics on the
Okay.
staff table.
Thanks for your patience, Carl, even if you do spell Carl incorrectly.
All good. All right, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Carl Anderson with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and here to provide the Regional Transportation Planning Agency's update. The RTPA group held its December meeting yesterday afternoon at the Riverside County Transportation Commission, where we received and discussed critical updates from our state and federal partners. Of note, Matthew Yazgot and the SB1 programming team shared summary statistics and preliminary trend data for the 102 project applications competing for $1.4 billion across the Solutions for Congested Corridors, Trade Corridors Enhancement, and Local Partnership competitive programs. I want to highlight that the total requests across the three competitive programs amount to $3.1 billion, more than 2 times the available amount, and all 3 of the marquee programs remain oversubscribed. And it's clear that the SB1 programs remain critical sources of funding for a diverse and critical set of infrastructure projects across the state that advance the state's and the voters' priorities established with the adoption of SB1 in 2017. The RTPAs in our local jurisdictions are committed to working with your staff to ensure a seamless evaluation process and subsequent program adoption in early 2025. Next, regarding ATP Cycle 7, Jaden Gales and Lori Waters shared the CTC staff recommendations and summary information for the statewide and small urban and rural programs. The RTPAs are fully supportive of the staff recommendations and would like to thank the entire ATP program team for developing a fantastic program that will advance safety and accessibility for numerous active transportation users across the state. Again, while we are disheartened about the funding reduction in ATP this cycle, the RTPAs are unified in supporting the Commission's efforts to restore funding to one of the state's most critical infrastructure programs. Notably, if the reduction had not occurred, today's recommendations would have included an additional $240 million, providing funds to
Carl, if you could slow down just a bit, please.
Sure. Notably, if the reduction had not occurred, today's recommendations would have included an additional $240 million, providing funds to 22 additional projects across the state, ensuring a stronger geographic balance and distribution of these funds, and that all Californians can continue to benefit from this program. Finally, and still on the ATP, the 10 large MPOs are currently developing their regional ATP Cycle 7 recommendations and will begin to share preliminary information with your staff in early 2025. That concludes my update from the RTPAs, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, don't go away. Let's find out if there are questions. Justin, any speakers in the room or online?
We did not receive any request to comment on this item in the room or online.
Thank you, Justin. On the dais, I'm looking to see if anyone's microphones are lit up. Not seeing anyone. Mr. Anderson, thank you. Appreciate you being with us here today. We're going to go to item 12, our Rural Counties Task Force Chair, Aaron Hoyt.
We're told the microphone at the podium will work now. We
Which
just
one?
don't like Carl for spelling his name wrong.
Which microphone at the dais? Good, thank you. Appreciate that.
Douglas, thank you for not making me kneel or sit over here. Good afternoon, Chair Gardino, Commissioners, and Executive Director Taylor. My name is Aaron Hoyt. I'm the Chair for the Rural Counties Task Force and Deputy Executive Director for the Nevada County Transportation Commission. The Rural Counties Task Force represents 26 of the rural regional transportation planning agencies and local transportation commissions across the state. I'd like to thank first the wonderful people of Riverside for the great weather today and this week, and actually hosting the Festival of Lights for us while we're here during this meeting. So it's always a pleasure to visit Riverside. The RCTF members had opportunity to meet with Caltrans and CTC staff at our November 15th meeting. We heard updates from Caltrans staff on the Director's policy for SB 960, and we also heard updates on the Transportation Analysis Framework and Transportation Analysis under CEQA Second Editions, otherwise known as the TAF and the TAC. We are appreciative of Caltrans presenting to us to help us better understand these important policy topics, and we look forward to our future coordination opportunities to ensure that these important policy topics actually recognize the distinct character and rural challenges that we face. We also heard from CTC staff on the SHOP guidelines and SB1 programs that we were talking about today. The RCTF is supportive of the SHOP guidelines update as contained in tab 22, and we're also very interested in the active transportation program recommendations. I know back in August of this year, we were faced with a $400 million funding shortfall or reduction to the active transportation program, and your staff took up the time to develop additional guidelines for resolving expected tiebreakers and what has become the most competitive round of active transportation program funding to date. With only 13 projects being funded, it's been a truly competitive and challenging road to get to this point. I think everyone in the room, as Carl mentioned, and I'm going to echo him, would like to see the restoration of funding to improve the number, increase the number of projects that we see funded in the active transportation program. And I'm going to go out on a limb for everyone here and those participating with us virtually to say that regions big and small would all support the legislature and encourage them to look for additional funding to restore the monies and projects to the active transportation program. I'd also probably be a little remiss if I didn't congratulate all 13 of those applicants for all their hard work in such a competitive process, especially the 6 rural applicants who are being recommended for funding from the Rural Counties Task Force regions, as well as the other applicants from I'm going to call them our big brother agencies in the rural areas, but within the Metropolitan Planning Organization boundaries. We're often looked at differently, but really a rural area is a rural area, regardless of kind of the county and the planning designation that it's in. So this program is critically important in the transformation of our communities into more walkable and bikeable neighborhoods. And finally, I'd like to thank Darwin Musavi from CalSTA. He did present to us this last Tuesday on the draft 2024 Climate Action Plan and Transportation Infrastructure. The Rural Counties Task Force is appreciative that the Strategy 2 in those draft CAPTI actions recognizes the need to improve VMT analysis and mitigation guidance for rural projects, recognizing it's been limited to date. This has been a central theme for the RCTF for several years, and we look forward to unpacking this with both Caltrans and CalSTA staff. However, I'll share we do have some reservations still about modifying SB1 programs as contained in CAPTI, specifically the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, as well as the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program. The RCTF feels that these proposed changes are not consistent with the statutory intent of SB1, but we do look forward to collaborative discussions on those and trying to find solutions that are mutually beneficial. We look forward to future discussions on this, and that concludes my presentation today. And again, I thank you always for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate the update. Are there any speakers in the room or online on this item?
We did not receive any requests in the room or from any of our virtual attendees to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Justin. I believe that Commissioner Tiffany has a question or comment.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Thank you for that presentation, Aaron. And I'm going to have further comments during the presentation on CAPDI, but I'm curious, what is the status on the research that is being done on induced demand in rural areas?
Okay. Yeah, the status of that is, unfortunately, when we were here in October, but in a different location, I had mentioned it would be coming out within probably a month. Based on some additional conversations we've had with the administration and with CalSTA staff, we've made some additional refinements to the document. As I mentioned back in October, we feel that really trying to get the document right and the wording on this is important. So at this point in time, we're looking sometime after the first of the year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just absolutely critical, just to double down on what you said. Rural areas, whether it be rural counties or rural areas within larger counties, are very different in many cases, and it's critical we look at how things like induced demand and how we apply VMT metrics, how we apply them differently, and I think that's absolutely critical as we go forward in trying to address climate change. But anyway, thank you for your comments, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Please don't go away. I believe that our ex officio member, Senator and State Senate Transportation Chair Dave Cortese's virtual hand is also up. Is that correct, Justin?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is correct. I'd like to call on Senator Dave Cortese.
Senator, thank you for joining us remotely. And when the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, and I will see you in person tomorrow during tomorrow's session. I would have liked to have been there this afternoon, but on my way in very slow traffic. I do want to just chime in on the need for the legislature to do whatever it can to augment the active transportation program. And I appreciated that comment. And I do think it obviously extends beyond just quote unquote rural counties, but areas that, municipalities have done a good job of annexing up to create opportunities contiguous to conservation, wildlife and open space areas, for example, which would do a combination of things, get people out of their cars, but also get them to give them an opportunity to get on their feet and get on their bicycles. So we need, through my role on the Senate Budget Committee, on the Budget Subcommittee, in that process, to try to get that done this year. We'll have to take a look and see what's in the base budget here in a few weeks, and would be happy to hear from any of the stakeholders or my commissioner colleagues in terms of how to best make those arguments. Thank you, Chair Guardino.
Thank you, Chair Cortese, and safe travels down. It would have been quicker if you weren't riding your bike all the way from San Jose, sir.
We need more connectivity, Carl.
Yes, we do, my friend. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Hoyt? And did you want to respond to the senator, sir?
I will make a brief response here. I do appreciate those comments. I think it's important for us to all really coalesce around this issue of restoring those funding. The program is very transformative in many areas, whether it's urban, suburban, rural, looking at areas that have been bisected by past projects. It's life-changing for everybody. So we just support everything we can do and allow the regions to know how we may help in this process.
Excellent. Mr. Hoyt, thank you. And again, we're just so fortunate to have two such engaged and insightful ex officio commissioners in Senator Cortese and Assemblymember Wilson. We look forward to seeing Senator Cortese tomorrow. Thank you, sir. If there are no other Questions or comments on the dais? We'd like Keith Dunn to please come forward for tab 13, Self-Help Counties Coalition, Executive Director. Welcome, Keith. It's good to see you in person.
Good to see you again, Chairman. It was nice to see you in the Capitol the other day. Keith Dunn, Self-Help Counties Coalition. Pleased to be here today, as always, to spend a little time with you to talk about the self-help counties. We just finished a successful conference in which many of the items that we're discussing here today were discussed in a more academic setting. I am pleased to hear Commissioner Bradshaw and Commissioner Grisby talk about the connection between workers and transportation and housing. This is the quintessential issue of the day. As we continue to look at funding deficits and restrictions on how monies are spent, we need to keep in mind that fundamentally transportation is providing a life and lifestyle for the citizens of California. That includes housing and a job. It's interconnected. We have to keep that in mind as we start contemplating different policies and plans. And I'm going to speak more explicitly in tab 19 on CAPTI. But the policies and plans, I want to commend the CTC and your staff and Executive Director Taylor on the process that they've established under the years under SB1. The guideline adoption has been fair, robust, and inclusive. That process has taken a complicated policy, brought in every stakeholder, recruited new stakeholders, and formulated a policy and program that is fair and I think moves the needle on meeting the climate and goals of this administration and this commission. So I do want to take just a moment to commend the executive director and her staff because they are one of the best, most professional state commissions that I get the privilege to work with, and this is not an easy thing. Moving forward into the legislature, I'm very pleased to have ex officio Senator Cortese on the call dialing in because this legislature is where I have a lot of new members, and as we start contemplating this nexus of transportation, housing, and jobs, it remains important that we don't create situations that truncate our ability to have flexibility. Each region in our fantastic state is different and faces many different problems. We heard the rural counties, which many of you represent, but we also have Los Angeles County that has the Antelope Valley, which is rural and probably the last bastion of affordable housing in LA County. They don't have great transit opportunities there yet, and we're a long way from providing the resources that are going to meet the needs of that community if it starts being built out. So again, I'm going to speak more explicitly to CAPTI under tab 19, but I appreciate this commission. You do great work. It's a tough job. I think remaining as the commission that makes those decisions, providing that flexibility where everyone, every group can come participate in the guidelines, and then we know what we're applying for. The Self-Help Counties is your funding partner, over $6 billion annually. That matches SB1 with the state. We need to remember that because they are an important, critical partner in those funding programs, including some investments in the state highway, but we fund every mode of transportation from ATP, local streets and roads, to the state highway and transit. So we appreciate the opportunity. Again, I'm going to speak more explicitly to CAPTI, but again, remember, people drive until they qualify for a mortgage. And we need to do a great job of providing those work centers with transit opportunities, but the deficit in funding is real, and we have to be mindful of what that means for these individuals who are continually becoming super commuters. Some of them are here in this room, some of them are on the dais, that have to still get in their cars, and we need to not be negligent in making sure that we're addressing all of our needs as a state. So I look forward to commenting on tab 19. I appreciate your efforts, and with that, I'll be quiet.
Mr. Dunn, thank you. Please don't go away. Justin, do we have any speaker cards or people online who would like to address this item?
We did not receive any requests in the room or virtually to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. I'm not, oh, yes, I am. Good. Chair, immediate past Chair Eager.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Keith. I just wanted to congratulate you on the Focus on the Future conference that you just held. That was absolutely amazing and such great information. And a lot of the things that we talk about here are discussed there in depth. And hearing from the actual people who are doing the work and what their issues are is really important. So I just wanted to encourage my fellow commissioners that if you can ever take the time and attend, it's well worth the time. And congratulations.
Thanks,
great.
Appreciate it.
And thank you for representing the commission at Focus on the Future. It's always such a substantive and enjoyable gathering. Do you have any sense that there will be self-help county efforts in the 2026 election cycle?
I do. I was negligent in not mentioning that we did have two counties that were successful in passing in November. Madera and Napa were both successful measures that passed. I anticipate that we'll have at least a couple, if not more. This, the Citizens Initiative that is now an opportunity for members of our communities to take that up on their own has lowered the threshold. I think we may be looking to make sure that that process remains administratively operable and having those discussions with members of the legislature and others. But we did have two successful measures. I anticipate that we'll have a few more coming up. We have some measures that are coming to the term on their authorization, and I think that you will see a few more measures coming forward.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thanks for guiding them successfully. I am not seeing any other lights on the dais. Thank you very much.
Yep.
We're going to move to item 14, our equity initiatives update with Sequoia Erasmus and the chair of our EAC, William Walker, and our vice chair, Martha Armas Kelly. Sequoia, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 14 features our standing equity updates item. I will provide an update on our final interagency equity advisory committee meeting of 2024, meetings, plural, and new member applications for the 2025 through 2027 term, followed by updates from our committee chair, William Walker, and vice chair, Martha Armas Kelly. As they reach the end of their terms as committee chair and vice chair, I want to express my gratitude for their ongoing commitment to their leadership roles. On yesterday morning, December 4th, we held a business meeting of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee right here at the Riverside Board of Supervisors chambers. EAC members received a recap of feedback that they provided on the draft Senate Bill 1121 statewide transportation needs assessment. They also learned about and provided feedback on the Commission's strategic planning efforts and discussed and approved a letter in support of affordable connectivity programs. In the afternoon, we held an executive meeting with EAC members, commissioners, CalSTA Undersecretary, and Caltrans Chief Deputy Director. And thank you very much to all who were able to attend in person and virtually. At that meeting, we discussed and looked back on the committee's accomplishments from 2024, and we looked forward together to 2025. We continued also to deliberate and discuss the vision, mission, and foundational principles for transportation equity for the committee and beyond. And at that meeting, there was a tremendous amount of dialogue, idea exchange, and reflection. And I know that on behalf of my team and colleagues that we are very, very proud of the accomplishments of the committee this year. And finally, applications for the 2025-2027 EAC membership closed on December 1st, and we received 46 total applications. And staff will be spending the next few weeks reviewing applications and continuing to update commissioners on trends and recommendations. And we look forward to bringing final recommendations for the new cohort to the January commission meeting. And with that, I will turn it to William and Martha. Thank you.
Sequoia, thank you. Welcome, Chair Walker, Vice Chair Armas Kelly.
You've made it, yeah? We're here?
Yes.
It's the final meeting. I just want to first say, commissioners, executive leadership, it sounds like we have a senator online too. Hi, Senator Cortese. A big thank you for making this experiment a reality. We've had a great opportunity to be the inaugural chair and vice chair of the EAC, and I think I'm just, I guess my cup is full. I'm really indebted to all of your graciousness and for you giving us the opportunity to be the first. Often when you're the first, you don't always have the opportunity to excel. Like if you remember when you were learning to ride your bike, you're still picking up, tips on the best techniques. And just want to say thank you for letting us all stumble, if you will, a little bit and really be a part of this great opportunity. Before I close, I'll hand it over to my vice chair.
Thank you, Chair Walker. Vice Chair Armis Kelly, welcome.
Wow. I can honestly say thank you to all of you for a tremendous 2 years of just awesome guidance and leadership. We come into this space ready to charge and take charge, and then you learn about how much you all do. So it's so easy to say that it's a job that one wants to pursue, but sometimes we have to take a step back and actually listen and absorb and taste and regurgitate, right? Because sometimes it doesn't go well with us. It doesn't sit well with us. We learn and understand the perspectives that you face. And now I understand sometimes the pauses that you've taken on the dais, learning how to have finesse and learning how to be tactful and disagreeing with love, right? And I've seen all of you show me that over the last 2 years. Changes even on this table here, this directive table, and how you handled it. It really just spoke to my heart, and I hope to be able to carry that into the future. But now I'll go ahead and read my report to you, because I can go on and on. So as Vice Chair of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, I want to take a moment to reflect on the vital work we have undertaken over the past year, particularly in relationship to the BIPOC communities. Our journey has been informed by the needs and experiences of those historically marginalized, and our commitment to equity has been increasingly essential as we strive to build a more inclusive, equitable framework within the institution. From day one, the new chair and co-chair were asked and tasked with engaging staff and shaping our meeting agendas, all the while being mindful of diverse perspectives within our community. Our committee embodies a wealth of lived experiences, and our initial meetings were a testament to the rich tapestry of voices that represented both our collective goals and the unique challenges faced by the BIPOC communities which we represented. We quickly recognized that our work would not only be about policy change, but also about dismantling systemic barriers that have long hindered our communities. Understanding the complexities of governance is critical to our mission, especially when addressing the tangible needs of BIPOC communities. For instance, the simple idea of building roads for community benefit must be tempered by the recognition of funding allocation, mobility of said communities, on top of social determinants that shape and access and give us equity. The deep-seated impact of past decisions on our communities means that our conversations must be rooted in understanding, compassion, and inclusiveness, as well as systems that have been known to typically bring everything into existence. I have had the privilege of working alongside dedicated committee staff such as Naila Pope-Hardin, Carolyn Abrams, and Sequoia Erasmus, as well as Alexis Lance, whose insights have been invaluable in guiding our efforts. Our meetings have been emphasized by the importance of creating a space for engagement that is aware of these unique experiences, which consider BIPOC individuals, those that are physically challenged, as well as our elderly communities. We have strived to honor these perspectives while adhering to guidelines like Bagley-King, which allowed us to ensure that our discussions were not only structured, but open to diverse points. One significant outcome of our collaborative effort has been the introduction of the land acknowledgement at the beginning of our meetings, a small yet meaningful shift that recognizes the histories and contributions of the Indigenous communities within our framework. This acknowledgement is vital for fostering the environment of respect and awareness, ensuring that we actively consider the voices of those who have been historically overlooked. As we begin to see a need for further guidance, we even invited a legal representative to our meetings, helping us navigate the complexities of our work by also developing a more inclusive onboarding practice for future new EAC members. By creating comprehensive onboarding materials, we hope to equip incoming members with the knowledge and understanding needed to engage meaningful relationships within the framework of the EAC to better serve our communities. Our work is further bolstered by the establishment of 3 pivotal subcommittees: the Housing Infrastructure and Broadband Committee, Walkability, Disability, and Complete Streets, and the Safety and Climate, which I have the privilege of have been participating as the chair for this committee. These groups are focused on addressing the specific needs of BIPOC communities, advocating for safety, accessibility, and inclusion. While some may perceive our progress as slow or limited, it is very important to acknowledge the depth of relationship building that is essential for fostering trust and understanding with the communities that we serve. So we've been intentional in our practices by learning the system, understanding what is the glue that holds everything together. In alignment with the sentiments that we have found, we have taken all of this, our learned experiences, and transformed all of this together to build a better California. We are honored to have been part of this, and on behalf of all our other members, we thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to the new cohort that will be coming. We leave them with words of wisdom and with all the work that we have left to continue. And we hope that for the next year, the mission and vision statement will carry and support the work of the CTC. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Armas Kelly.
I'll just wrap up because my goal is just to not be redundant, and I think we are going to have a great tag team moment right now because I will not be redundant. But I do want to share some things that we might have left out of our report there, and that's this one pager. And when Martha joined the committee, her biggest push was to talk about branding and marketing. And I just want to share that this one pager that includes all of our accomplishments for the past year is a great start in making sure that we have the materials that we need to promote you all, to really talk about the work that we're doing on your behalf. Business cards, and I only say that because I can point to people in this room and they're like, can I have a business card? And I'm like, oh, I don't have one. And it can just have our generic email on it. But like, I think that this demonstrates like where we want to go. Like we started this series of meetings this week talking about our strategic plan. And I'm happy to share that the EAC will be a part of building that strategic plan. And it's great that what I'm starting to see is that we're really a part of everything that the CTC, that CalSTA, and that Caltrans does, and that's how it should be. I want to share that I wrote a final report to really kind of encapsulate what folks thought they would see coming into this. It includes even quotes from past commissioners, Michelle Martinez and Joe Liu, and that's all in the report. I just want to leave you with a few of those comments. From Alex Contreras, she says that she wants us to champion people-first land use policies. Amber Novi saying she wants to advocate for a fair share of federal funds. And I mean, I won't read the whole report, but I encourage you to check out the last report. And I also addressed that report not just to the commission and our interagency leadership, but also to our ex officio members, because I'd like to see for us to build with Assemblymember Wilson and Senator Cortese to really not just be providing the input for the programming that's happening here, but really figuring out how we build that agenda for moving forward equitable transportation when you're looking at our current administration that's coming in DC. And I mean, we've already heard from stakeholders prior to our report that there is fear that there won't be as much funding. We'll start to need to be lobbying at different levels of government, and we should help, because there's only so much that you all as custodians of commissioners and public sector positions can do. And working with the EAC and us working with our different communities and building that database of organizations, I think it's a great moment to see further growth and further advocacy from individuals of the EAC as well as from the leaders that you all are. So I'll end it there. And I really appreciate the pep talks. You all know who you are, who pep talked with me. And just all of your graciousness and letting us really just run with it. And I think we've built a great foundation. Would you say so, Vice Chair?
I would say that, and thank you for going beyond just the meetings. Many of you, I've been able to break bread with you and sit and talk, and you're a great group of people. Even sending me over to Fresno so I could see this beautiful plant, you know, of Caltrans future workers, you know. There's just no way you could encapsulate all of that in one oration or even a moment. You guys are just an awesome bunch of people, and the people here, y'all back here, I think that the most important thing was that I really was able to share my lack of knowledge. And when I said I didn't understand something, there was someone that was always ready to charge with that information and give that back. And not just like to check the box, but really making sure that I understood. And it is the verbiage. It really makes me considerate of the people that are out there that don't have any idea of what goes on. And that's, if I could leave you with anything, please, like the branding, more workshops where people are able to learn about the skill sets and the things that go on behind the scenes. And my slogan, catch me at my best, I think that that could go across for all of our departments. When we are doing something awesome, we need to laud those people that are doing it, the people that are exposing their lives out on our roadways, you know, whether they're working on the roads or just leading traffic or stopping and making sure that things are okay yourselves, you know, in your departments. Equity is not something that's just out here. It's something that starts inside. And in order for you to be effective, to lead in equity, you have to make it equitable for the people that are doing the work, and that's you. So start with yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I believe we may have a comment online. Is that accurate?
Chair, I'd also like to say some of those one-pagers are still out with the meeting materials out front, and we can make them available.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Douglas. Justin, do we have a comment online?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have one virtual attendee with their hand raised, and then we did receive one written comment as well.
Okay.
So I will first begin with our virtual attendee with their hand raised, Brian Rosen.
Thank you. Mr. Rosen, you have up to 2 minutes once you start speaking.
Thank you very much. You know, anybody in their right state of mind has to believe in equity, because equity means what is just and fair. And this isn't the case in the world. You know, it's just, this is a bunch of talk most of the time by politicians. Unfortunately, we don't have real equity. You know, George Orwell said that in a world of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Unfortunately, the concept of equity, which I love, is used by politicians to justify some pretty horrible things. like the surf project in Monterey County, which would destroy one of our most important dune ecosystems, and a lot of exaggerations and lies. And it just saddens me greatly because we need real equity. We need a great transportation system. If you're low income and poor, you can't afford an Amtrak sleeper train. In the old days, they had bunk beds, before Amtrak that were very inexpensive. We could have night trains as a cost way for low income people to get from one side of the state to another, but we don't. It's a terribly inequitable system. Equity is used to justify some very destructive housing projects. They claim it's for affordable housing, but the price of the housing, what is affordable? You have to still have a lot of money to be in the affordable housing. And they throw in a few, and these things are often used to just help developers make money. But there's a lot more to equity than skin color. And we're spending all of our money on the military industrial complex. Like Martin Luther King said, the civil rights movement was hijacked on the shores of Vietnam. And yet everybody talks about equity, but a lot of rich politicians aren't representing the population. And thank you very much.
Ms. Rosen, thank you for calling in today.
Thank you.
You said there was a written comment as well that you'd like to read, Justin?
We did receive a written comment, but that same participant has also got their hand raised, so I'm going to give them the opportunity if they wish to speak their comments.
Sure, of course.
All right.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Maya Inigo Anderson.
Ms. Benito Anderson, your time will start when you start.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, William and Marta. My name is Maya Inigo Anderson with Communities for a Better Environment and the Charge Ahead campaign. I just want to really thank Marta, William, and the EAC members from the bottom of my heart for your work on equity. I'm also wondering when and where the one-pager and the strategic plan will be available. It sounds like in person for the one-pager. But I'm also wondering if folks in other regions of the state will have access, and I'm very excited to learn more. I also agree with Marta that we should honor the hardworking men and women who keep our transportation system running, and we should keep working towards clean air and equity in our transportation system, including reducing VMTs. With that, I'll keep it to that, but thank you very much.
That's such a great point. Sequoia, how can our virtual attendees and others access that information?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. The two-pager is included in the meeting materials for yesterday's Equity Advisory Committee meetings in the executive meeting. So we could probably also send it to our stakeholder distribution list after this meeting. But right now it is available online on the EAC exec meeting.
And we'll make sure it's easy to find on the website.
It's right on the landing page.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Great points. And again, thank you to our, I guess we say outgoing chair and vice chair for your 2 years of service. We appreciate it. And to foreshadow, yes, there is a bio break in all of our future. Our goal is to hear item 15 and 16 and then take that break. So let's go to state and federal. Oh, I'm sorry, unless there were any comments on the dais. Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. Thank you, Chair. So first off, congratulations to the EAC for a year setting a great foundation. Congratulations to the staff for all the work you've done. You're really heroes and heroines. And I'll make a broad statement about equity. I think for me, equity includes working class white folks, folks who have had systemic issues beyond people of color. I think there's a lot of talk of BIPOC, but I think equity includes larger groups of people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. We always appreciate your wisdom and your insights. Any other comments on the dais? Seeing none, let's turn it over to Justin Behrens for item 15. Justin, there
Great.
you are. Great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 15 is the update on state and federal legislative matters. Staff is recommending the Commission adopt the draft 2024 annual report, which is attached with the book item, and direct staff to transmit the report to the legislature. The report highlights the Commission's key accomplishments over the past year, including allocating $13.8 billion to projects across the state and creating over 151,000 jobs. The report also includes recommendations for the legislature's consideration, including providing additional funding for the Active Transportation Program and the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, as well as recommendations from the Commission's SB 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment from last year. I'd like to thank Vince Ma on my team for all his hard work in pulling together the report and preparing the draft we are presenting today. I also have a brief legislative update for you all. The Senate and Assembly returned this past Monday to convene both the regular 2025-26 legislative session and an extraordinary legislative session proclaimed by the governor. The purpose of the extraordinary session is to provide budget resources to executive branch offices to support their ability to respond to actions taken by the incoming presidential administration. After the organizational session on Monday, the Senate and Assembly are again in recess until January. Shortly after they return, the governor must submit his proposed 2025-26 state budget by January 10th. And Commissioners, this concludes my report.
And if I may just start with a huge thank you, Justin, to you and your team and the entire commission staff for all of the work on our 2024 annual report to the California legislature, the upcoming 4-page summary document, and our action plan to make sure that we proactively communicate our recommendations. We know how Herculean this is, and I just wanted to thank you and the team. With that, do we have any cards in the room or speakers online on this item?
We do not have any requests in the room or online to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. And we're going to turn it back to the dais to see if anyone would like to address this item or has any questions. And colleagues, we will be reaching out to everyone early in the new year about our plan to communicate with the legislature and the administration on our annual report. And we'll be seeking your help in disseminating that information. Questions, comments? My screen went away that shows people's lights, so I'm not
Just
seeing
a quick
it.
question.
Oh, yes, please.
So for the new legislators coming on, I know each year we do a briefing. Is there a plan for that?
You were on.
The chair's screen. Just touch it, it's touch screen.
Oh, thank you. Look at all those green lights. So we're going to hear from Past Chair Eager, Commissioner Falcone, and Commissioner Bradshaw.
I was just asking about training or at least briefings for the new members.
Yeah. We're in the process of developing our outreach plan for just not only new members, but returning members as well. And that will be informed somewhat by committee assignments and things like that as we're identifying members who are going to be working on transportation issues more regularly. So we'll have more to come on that shortly.
Thank you. Great question with 37 new members of 120-member state legislature. Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also honor the work that you did, you, Justin, and Vincent, and team on compilating that 2024 report. I was mentioning to you during the briefing, I wanted to kind of share it with the rest of my colleagues, that often we get asked to speak and update folks in our spheres of influence about what we do at the commission, and the reports are so helpful in putting together our talking points and such. So it's not only useful in terms of letting the legislature and the governor know what we do, but external partners and folks in our region. So it's helpful. Thank you. It would behoove me, I'm sorry, I wanted to kind of go back really quick to the past item. I just wanted to, because we talked a lot yesterday about equity, and I don't want to repeat everything that we said, but I do want to just, honor again all the work that, you, Sequoia, and Laura, and Carolyn, and Undersecretary Tollefson have done to really support the work of the EAC, and all the thoughtful leadership and comments from outgoing chair and vice chair Walker and Martha Armas Kelly. It's really hard to create something that is so important like this. And I think the challenge would be for the next cohort is to really integrate your work in continuing to integrate the work in our policies and our processes and selection of projects to be funded. So keep up the good work and just know that we will continue to support you all in that effort. So sorry to hijack that item, but I didn't want to I kind of zoned out. So in the last tab. So anyway, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Bradshaw.
I can't top what Commissioner Falcone said, so.
There we go. Thank you. Seeing no other lights on the dais, let's move on then to item 16, budget and
Chair,
allocation.
we are seeking approval on this item.
Oh my goodness, sir. Yes, of course we are. Thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you. Second by Commissioner Falcone. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Item 16, budget and allocation capacity, Justin Behrens and Garrett Franklin.
So tab 16 is an informational item, and Garrett Franklin from Caltrans Budgets will present the item on budget and allocation capacity.
There you are. Welcome, Garrett. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners. Garrett Franklin, Caltrans Division of Budgets. I'll be presenting the budget and allocation capacity update today. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. So through the first two commission meetings of this year, approximately $2.8 billion or 22% of the available 24-25 capacity has been allocated to projects. A few programs to note: 43% of the State Highway Operation and Protection Program, 20% of the State Transportation Improvement Program, and 15% of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program have been allocated. Next slide, please. Specific to transportation revenues, for the first third of this fiscal year, there's been an approximate 5% increase in the gross collection compared to the same period of time last year. When we look at the gas and diesel excise tax, those increases are similar to the inflation adjustment for the fiscal year, whereas for the transportation and road improvement fee increase, it's greater. What's worth noting, though, is the transportation and road improvement fee for each vehicle is paid once per year at time of registration, whereas that excise tax collection occurs throughout the year as every gallon is purchased. Next slide, please. As far as upcoming events, on December 20th, the federal continuing resolution is set to expire. Historically, continuance of funding has occurred and been signed in very near the expiration, and December does coincide with the current federal administration. Looking into January, the governor will release his proposed budget, as was referenced, and this provides the first insight into fiscal year 25-26. And then lastly, at our next commission meeting, the department will be providing an overview of the State Transportation Improvement Program fund estimate, process, and timeline. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
First, that's a great photo. Second,
thank you.
Your lapel pin matching your tie greatly exceeds my ability.
I appreciate that.
It
was by design, so thank you for noticing.
Yeah, that is just. Could you turn around real quick so that people know? Is that impressive? I'm lucky when I remember to put socks on that match each other. But I digress. Let's see, first of all, if there are any online or in the room comments on this item.
We did not
Justin?
receive any request in the room or virtually to comment on the item.
Great, thank you. On the dais, I don't see any green lights. Give my colleagues one more chance. Excellent update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good. As promised, we are going to take, may we take 15 minutes? Is that okay? Because there's a lot of people and few facilities. So we will be back. It is 3:29. We'll be back at 3:44. Yeah. Oh. Okay, football fans, this is your 2-minute warning. Enjoy those conversations, but start to wrap them up. And we will be starting in about 90 seconds. Thank you. Commissioner colleagues, if we can please return to the dais. Thank you, colleagues. And we are reconvening our December 5th and 6th meeting of the California Transportation Commission here in Riverside, California. We are moving on to a timed item, which means not before that time, if you're noticing the 3 p.m. next to that timed item, and that is item 17. Jaden Gales.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioners, tab 17 is a hearing to receive comments and questions on the 2025 Active Transportation Program, statewide and small urban and rural components for adoption. This is the 7th cycle of the ATP. Staff recommendations for the statewide and small urban and rural components of the 2025 Active Transportation Program were sent to the Commission, Caltrans regional agencies, and stakeholders by email on November 1st, 2024, and posted on the Commission's website. As you may recall, the Budget Act of 2024, signed into law in June 2024, included a $400 million reduction to the approximately $1 billion one-time funding augmentation to the ATP received last cycle, which was the 2023 ATP. We programmed the full funding augmentations to projects last cycle. In order to maintain the funding commitments to the 2023 program, it was necessary to reduce the funding available to the 2025 ATP by $400 million, leaving the current capacity at $168.7 million. The 2025 ATP includes 4 years of funding for fiscal years 25-26, 26-27, 2728, and 2829. Project applications were due June 17th, 2024, and the commission received 277 project applications with projects valued at $4 billion and ATP funding requests totaling $2.5 billion. To get to these project recommendations, commission staff formed a multidisciplinary group of volunteers to score the project applications. Each volunteer was paired with another volunteer to create evaluation teams. The evaluator teams reached consensus on each project submittal by question and by overall score. CTC staff reviewed and scored project submittals to validate the evaluator's consensus score. Caltrans Local Assistance ATP staff also reviewed the project submittals to assess the reasonableness of the project's cost, scope, and schedule. Commission staff and Caltrans ATP staff held debrief meetings with each of the evaluator teams. In these meetings, staff asked for feedback from the teams on the evaluation process and discussed their project scores. Caltrans Local Assistance ATP staff also participated in these meetings to alert the evaluators on any cost, scope, or schedule inconsistencies they found during their review process. But before we go on to talk about the staff recommendations, I wanted to make my acknowledgments now. For the commission staff, I would like to acknowledge the ATP teams Lori Waters, Alika Chengizi, Megan Petroncelli, Emma Malinay, who works for Caltrans but has also provided a huge level of support for CTC staff, and last but not least, Beverly Newman Burkhardt, who is no longer on the ATP team but was critical in helping set up the ATP team's processes for Cycle 7. I'd also like to thank the Caltrans Local Assistance ATP team. They're an excellent staff, and the CTC's ATP team really appreciates working with them. Additionally, I'd also like to thank Caltrans Budget's Keith Duncan and his team for their hard work. And as always, we could not get here without the support and wise guidance of the ATP Technical Advisory Committee and the hard work of the volunteer evaluators. Many people are integral to the success of the ATP, and I can't thank everyone, but I would like to acknowledge someone who is particularly critical to the ATP's success. I'd like to thank Emma Malinay, who provided the CTC's ATP team with a high level of support, which was critical during a time where we were understaffed. Emma Malinay maintained her responsibilities at Caltrans while also picking up the additional workload of assisting the CTC. All right, if we can go to the next slide. And thank you. Okay, now I'd like to begin the PowerPoint presentation and go over the staff recommendations. The actual list of recommended projects can be found in attachment B of agenda item 18. This slide gives the overall picture of the staff recommendations for the statewide and small urban and rural components. Staff is recommending 9 projects totaling $84.35 million. These projects are valued at approximately $110.5 million. And the cutoff score for funding was a 96 in the statewide component. We had to use a tiebreaker process to choose between the projects that scored a 96. The Stanislaus Council of Governments Church Street Mobility Enhancement Project is the last project recommended in the statewide component. There was not sufficient programming capacity to program the full request. So commission staff will work with Stanislaus Council of Governments to determine how the project can be delivered with the available funding. For the small urban and rural component, staff is recommending 4 projects for funding, totaling $16.87 million in the active transportation program. And these projects are valued at approximately $59.6 million. The scoring threshold for the small urban and rural component was 95 points, and the City of Visalia's Goshen-Visalia Corridor Connection Project was the last project recommended for funding in the small urban and rural component. Again, we had to use the tiebreaker process to choose between the projects that scored a 95, and there was not sufficient programming capacity to fully fund the City of Visalia's full request. So commission staff will work with the city to determine how the project can be delivered with the available funding. Next slide, please. This slide shows the list of staff recommendations. The yellow highlighted projects are within the statewide component, and the blue highlighted projects are within the small urban and rural component. Again, you can find the list of recommended projects in attachment B of agenda item 18, as well as on the commission's website. Next slide, please. This next slide shows the geographic distribution of the projects. As a reminder, in June of next year, we will be adopting the Metropolitan Planning Organization component. The Metropolitan Planning Organization component has about $67 million available in programming capacity. So there's still a lot of great projects which were not recommended in the statewide component that could be funded through the MPO component. Next slide, please. We are recommending some really great projects this cycle, and we wanted to highlight some of them so you can get a sense of some of the projects we are recommending. This is the City of Salinas' John Street / Williams Road Safe Routes to School projects and programming, which received a site visit, and you will notice that is a common theme across many of our recommendations. The total project cost is about $9.9 million, with an ATP request of about $7.9 million. This project will not only provide safe connections for bicyclists and pedestrians, but it also has a non-infrastructure component which will help provide education and encouragement to school-aged children. This project also complements the separately funded roundabout project, which you can see on the slide. Next slide, please. This next project is the City of Inglewood's Westchester / Veterans Station Multimodal Connection Project, which has a total project cost of about $9 million and an ATP request of about $7.6 million. Community members face many community challenges, such as linguistic isolation and a high amount of groundwater threats. This project will fill an accessibility gap and provide more access to transit for residents. Next slide, please. Okay, this next slide shows the Big Pine Tribe of Owens Valley Big Pine Paiute Tribal Active Transportation Plan. The total project cost is $251,000 with an ATP request of $251,000. This community is divided by State Route 395 and has little to no active transportation infrastructure. This plan will help lay out the community's active transportation needs, and we hope it will lead them to future successful active transportation infrastructure projects. Again, this project also received a site visit, and we are very happy to recommend funding to a tribe. Next slide, please. This is the City of Visalia's Highland Community Connectivity Project, with a total project cost of about $7.1 million and an ATP request of about $5.4 million. This project improves the multimodal transportation infrastructure with the Highland Elementary school boundaries. This community is bifurcated by State Route 63, and the community faces some of the highest poverty rates in California. Again, this project did receive a site visit. Let's go to the next slide, please. So if we had the full funding available this cycle, we could have funded an additional 19 projects in the statewide component, as well as an additional 3 projects in the small urban and rural component. I would like to show a few examples of some of those additional projects. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions in the City of Oakland, where the city's Franklin Complete Streets project is proposed. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions in the City of Chula Vista, where the city's Anita Street and Industrial Boulevard bicycle and pedestrian improvements project is proposed. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions in the City of Shasta Lake, where the city's Link Shasta Active Transportation Network project is proposed. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the existing conditions in the City of Stockton, where the city's Stockton Bicycle Pedestrian Connectivity Project is proposed. One final example, we will move to the next slide. This slide shows the existing conditions in the Tulare County, where the city's Cutler-Orosi Bicycle and Pedestrian Connectivity Improvements Project is proposed. Next slide, please. So this map you see shows the counties which currently have projects recommended for funding highlighted in red, and counties in which we could fund projects if we had the full funding available highlighted in blue. Next slide, please. One final note, we have posted a revised version of the 2025 ATP All Scores list, as a few minor corrections have been identified. These revisions do not change our staff recommendations. Again, I would encourage I would like to encourage applicants to reach out to the CTC's ATP team to schedule debriefs, which are beginning in January. Thank you for your time today, and that will conclude my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have or move to take public comment.
Jaden Gales and team, thank you for the excellent work. Thank you also for showing what the difficult budget times that we all recognize and appreciate have in terms of impact on the efforts that we're collectively trying to make. We've been in similar situations in the past, and we didn't give up. And I would just highly recommend that as we look at the May revision of the budget, as we start looking at the March, April timeframe, how is the economy of our state and therefore our state budget doing? And might we have opportunities to continue these conversations in a productive way? So with that, we have lots of speakers in the room. We may have lots of speakers online as well. We're going to honor those speakers in the room first. I have 9 cards, I believe, just in the room so far at 2 minutes each. We will finish by midnight. So what I'd like to do for time efficiency is call up the first 3 names to come close to the mic so that we're not losing a lot of time between speakers. We're going to start with Mayor Steven Hernandez of the City of Coachella, followed by Tom Kirk with the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, followed by Mayor Javier Lopez, the chair of the Stanislaus Council of Governments. Again, if the 3 of you could come close to the mic, and then as one speaker ends, I'll mention who the 3rd speaker in line is. Welcome, Mayor. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you. Good to be here. Chairman and mayors of the CTC of Governments. Steve Hernandez, Mayor of the City of Coachella, I want to thank you for the award or the recommendation to be awarded. Coachella, rural community, it's a low socioeconomic community. It's hot. It's hot. It's a hot town. But you know, we are doing our best to improve active transportation within the city of Coachella. Our project is one that links to projects that you all have funded, such as the Coachella Music and Arts Lane, as well as the Coachella CV Link. And for us, it's about mobility, making sure that our rural residents, our suburban residents have the opportunity to go from affordable housing and, you know, take their bike, get to the grocery stores, get to a pharmacy, get to wherever they need to be. Perhaps it's even get to a bus line to go from their places of destination. It's about a need for safer streets. Our streets are very fast. The rural communities, sometimes people just speed. And so for us, it's about providing that safety enhancement. And this conversation, I heard it earlier about equity, it's about getting our fair share too. And making sure that communities like Coachella, communities like the Eastern Coachella Valley can just come up to par to where the rest of the state is. We know the challenges that we're all facing with the budget shortfall, so our goal is to come back, may revise, as well as in the future to make sure that we can build out the project in its entirety. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for being here.
Mayor Hernandez, thank you. We're going to now hear from Tom Kirk, followed by Javier Lopez, and then next in line, Jose Luis Caceres with the Stanislaus Council of Governments. Welcome, Tom.
Chair, thank you for having me back. I just found out I'm in a blue county. Tom Kirk, Coachella Valley Association of Governments. We did turn to a red county last election, kind of a blue-red joke. It does say something about a program when somebody like me who represents the Coachella Valley, a place with a number of ATP applications, none of which are being funded in the statewide program, comes up to tell you this program's awesome. And the way you run it is awesome. Your staff is so professional that even for the loser like me, I have to get up here and say this program is just outstanding and it is transformative. Mitch, you remember that word? Transformative? Lori? We suggested a transformative project 10 years ago. Chair Gardino?
remember well.
You and I were there 10 years ago in, I think, San Jose. ATP Cycle 1. CV Link received $10.9 million, was the largest project in the state at the time. That was the largest ATP award at the time. We're almost done constructing it. We're going to have you out and celebrate. And I want to talk about the way you leverage your money. You pointed out $84 million, I believe, for $100 million plus worth of projects. In our case, your $10.9 million was for a $120 million project. We received $17 million from the South Coast Air Quality Management District, their largest award ever for an active transportation project. We received $10 million from the healthcare district. No healthcare district had ever put money into an active transportation project. We put $20 million of sales tax dollars. Thank you for your support, Aaron, and our CTC. $10 million, that represents an entire year's receipts into this active transportation project.
Tom, I hate to do this.
And thank you very much. We need more money into the program. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. We're now going to hear from Mayor Javier Lopez.
Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Caltrans. All the way up from Northern California, Stanislaus County, representing 9 cities in the county. My name is Javier Lopez. I'm the mayor of the city of Ceres and also the chair of StanCog. These type of projects not only change the lives of those that are underserved in these communities, they inspire. I grew up in a neighborhood with no sidewalks. And to this day, that neighborhood still doesn't have sidewalks. I moved up the road in a neighborhood that has sidewalks. Changed my perspective of life and how I look at it. So many opportunities to be a part of this process give you the ability to garnish and the support of the funding to make these projects come to life, such as Church Street in Empire, California. It makes a difference. So I just want to leave you with that every time a project like this gets accepted, especially in these small towns, it makes a difference. I told my mother-in-law about it. That's where she lives. And she has very little confidence in government. I hopefully hope that she starts having more confidence in government and realizing that we're out here trying to serve the public and doing great things, as everybody here in this room. Thank you.
And we're glad we were able to please your mother-in-law, never an easy thing to do. We are going to hear next from Jose Luis Caceres, followed by Maura Toomey, if Maura could come forward, followed by Anthony Taylor with the City of Madera. Welcome, Jose Luis.
Thank you. Yeah, Jose Luis Caceres. I'm the Director of Programming and Program Delivery at StanCog. You just heard from our chair. Our project, Church Street, it's actually the Church Street Mobility Enhancement Project. It's one of 9 projects recommended statewide for the state active transportation program component. It's in a severely disadvantaged community. I think many of these projects are. It's in Empire, just east of Modesto in unincorporated Stanislaus County. We identified this project after doing extensive outreach. And we identified that this was like the particular corridor that we would fund with ATP. We did a great application, and what I'm trying to say is, in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I'm here to say thank you on behalf of our agency for the funding for this project. But not just to thank the commission, I want to thank the 82 volunteer reviewers that reviewed all these projects. I know it was a lot of work. And then also particularly your staff. 2 particular staff that were especially helpful for us here in the Central Valley were Alika Changizi and Lori Waters. They approached us a year ago, well, more than a year ago, to come last November 2023 to our region. They came into our house in Modesto, put on a regional 3-region workshop for ATP. They listened to us. They gave us great, useful advice that helped result in this successful project. And yet, even though I'm thankful for all that, it is disconcerting to see how long the list is of projects that are not recommended for funding. $2.5 billion in projects applied. According to the staff report, that's enough to do 15 of these funding rounds, just with those projects there right now. We support any efforts to restore and increase funding for active transportation. This is CAPTI compliant, and These are our
And-
most
and
sensitive
with apologies,
users.
Jose
Thank you,
Luis,
everyone.
your time's up. Thank you for joining us. We're going to go to Maura Toomey, followed by Anthony Taylor, followed by Patricia Chin. Welcome, Maura.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mara Toomey with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. The Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments strongly supports the staff recommendations for the ATP program. We want to thank the ATP team for all their hard work and assistance during this especially challenging cycle. We are very pleased that the Salinas, John Street, Williams Road Safe Routes to Schools project is recommended for funding. But we are very disappointed that two projects in our region that scored more than 90 points, the San Pablo Avenue Bridge Replacement Project and the Soledad Safe Routes to Schools project, are unable to be funded due to the significant cuts to the program this cycle. We urge the legislature to restore this funding in the coming session so that these and other critical projects statewide are funded and constructed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. It's always a pleasure to see you. We're going to go to Anthony Taylor, followed by Patricia Chin, followed by Mike Woodman. Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Commissioners. I'm here on the behalf of the City of Madera to strongly support the recommendations of your staff, who I know have worked very hard to come up with the recommendations that are before you this afternoon, and here to strongly support the Madera citywide Safe Routes to School for the funding approval. This project enhances pedestrian and cyclist safety by addressing critical infrastructure gaps around 6 elementary schools in Madera, many of which serve some of the most disadvantaged communities in California. The project will close sidewalk gaps, upgrade crossings with high visibility markings, install rectangular rapid flashing beacons and pedestrian hybrid beacons where appropriate, add speed feedback signs, reduce certain speed limits, and establish new Class 2 bicycle lanes. With over 30% of Madera's population under the age of 18, and data showing that 23% of local collision victims are age 14 or younger, these improvements are vital for student safety. In collaboration with the County Health Department and through extensive community engagement, this project responds directly to the needs of families and schools, ensuring safe, accessible routes for students traveling to and from school, transit stops, parks, and other community resources. We thank you and appreciate your support. Thank you.
And Anthony, we thank you for hosting us about 15 months ago in Madera. It makes a difference. Patricia Chin, followed by Mike Woodman, followed by Ricky Choi. Hello, Patricia.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Guardino, Commissioners, Undersecretary Tollefson, and Director Taylor, and Mr. Kiever. I'm Patricia Chin with LA Metro, and I would like to extend our gratitude to the Commission staff for your hard work on Cycle 7 of the ATP, despite facing an unprecedented shortfall of funding this cycle. Metro supports the 2025 ATP statewide and small urban and rural staff recommendations and very much appreciates the recommendations for 3 projects in LA County, one in the San Gabriel Valley, one in the city of Inglewood, and one in the West Rancho Dominguez area of Los Angeles County unincorporated. These 3 projects are fully located in disadvantaged communities, and they are leveraging an average of 18% in local funds to provide active transportation improvements to much-needed areas in LA County. We recognize that the ATP continues to be an oversubscribed program, and there is great need across the state. We wish that Cycle 7 could have remained its full funding and that more critical active transportation needs could have been met throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Mike Woodman, followed by Ricky Choi.
Chair Guardino, fellow commissioners, Mike Woodman, Executive Director with the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Speaking today to voice my support for the ATP staff recommendations For rural jurisdictions like Nevada County, the ATP program provides an opportunity to truly fund truly transformative projects. Prior to the ATP program, it wasn't possible. We were doing small projects. You couldn't do big transformative projects. Now we can. I'm very happy to see that one of our local jurisdictions, the city of Grass Valley, is recommended for funding in this cycle, in this reduced funding cycle. And as the previous speakers have echoed, it's critical that we all work together to advocate to restore the funding for this cycle, as well as increase future funding for the program. If we could at least, for this cycle, restore the funding, as you heard today, 23 other projects across the state could be funded, both urban and rural. And we could spread more of that transformative projects to different communities across the state. And before my time runs out, also want to thank the Caltrans and CTC ATP teams, the ATP reviewers for their dedication and hard work. It's an Omen's job that they take on to do these cycles, and they do it professionally, and we appreciate their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our final speaker card that I have, at least in my hand, Ricky Choi with the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. Welcome, Ricky.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Guardino, members of the Commission. My name is Ricky Choi. I'm with the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, representing 31 cities in the Los Angeles County, eastern Los Angeles County, about 30 miles west of here. It was very important to be here in person today to express our appreciation to the Commission, as well as, in particular, the ATP staff for their extensive outreach and engagement and their accessibility and support leading up to the application process for ATP Cycle 7. The debrief meetings, the workshops were extremely helpful. The virtual site visits, in particular, were invaluable. They were really able to help us determine how to best articulate our benefits of the project in our application. So thank you to Lori, to Beverly, Alika, and Elijah. We're grateful for all their hard work that they put into this effort. The SGV COG is fortunate to have one project being recommended for funding, and that's the Safe Pass Pomona At-Grade Pedestrian and Bike Safety Project. And we are just very thrilled that it's being selected given the limited funding. This project represents a critical investment in the safety and well-being of Pomona residents, as well as the larger San Gabriel Valley community, by addressing key pedestrian and bicycle safety challenges at grade crossings with high pedestrian and bicycle fatalities and injuries along this alignment. The Safe Paths Pomona project will really improve safety and connectivity for pedestrians, cyclists, and enhance mobility and mobility options and promote active transportation in one of the region's most heavily traveled areas. So just wanted to urge the Commission and thank the Commission for their support and staff and in supporting the staff's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricky. Do we have any other cards for people in the room? Great, great. Justin, do we have anyone online who would like to address this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have virtual attendees who are looking to comment on the item at this time.
Great, thank you. We will start as Justin tees them up. And again, to our virtual attendees, the clock won't start until you start speaking.
Great. I'd like to first call on Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Welcome, Jeannie.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm really glad to be with you. I'm Jeannie Ward-Waller on behalf of Climate Plan, as well as a whole coalition of our partners that are working together on advocacy for this really important program. I'm very happy to support the staff recommendations today and really appreciate the work of CTC staff and all the volunteers that help support this program. And I want to talk to you about what didn't get funded and echo the many people who have already spoken to you about the critical funding need for this program. We're very concerned about the level of funding for this round as we see demand continue to grow rapidly for this funding. We've actually already submitted a letter to Governor Newsom asking for increased funding in the 25-26 budget. And we've begun discussions with the legislature to champion funding just as they did last year We are very hopeful about their championship again this year. And we really also want to appreciate the CTC's annual report for recommending the same. I just want to highlight that the $2.5 billion in requests for ATP funding was nearly as much as the total requests for both congested corridors and trade corridors programs that the CTC has just received. It really represents a massive amount of work and resources, both for the agencies that apply, as well as for CTC staff and volunteers to review and score the applications. And I just want to encourage, as we're talking to the governor and the legislature to increase funding for this program, to make sure that agencies that receive funding, that have received funding, are focusing on expediting delivery of the projects. So we're really realizing the benefits of these projects on the ground, and encourage you all at CTC to ensure accountability for delivery as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Your timing was right on time. Justin, do we have other speakers online?
Yes, up next, I'd like to call on Peter Puglisi.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, good afternoon. And thank you, Chair Gardino and the CTC board. My name is Peter Puglisi, the city traffic engineer for the city of Inglewood. I've seen the numbers and the stats for this round of the ATP applications, and the city is honored to be one of 9 projects considered, and wanted to thank the CTC for supporting the city's ATP project. This project will greatly benefit the residents of Inglewood and the surrounding communities by improving bike and pedestrian access to Metro's newly opened K-Line train station. So again, I want to thank the CTC and everyone involved in the ATP application process. Thank you. That's all.
Peter, thank you for calling in from the city of Inglewood. We have at least 8 people online. That was our first 2. And well, let's go to the third one, Justin.
Thank you. Up next, we have Marvin Norman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marvin Norman. I'm resident here of San Bernardino, and I've also scored ATP for last several cycles. And so, as I'll echo others who have said, Laurie is a great resource. As I've worked with her in helping score, that has certainly been the case. I of course want to congratulate the few agencies which were able to get a successful grant. And of course, we understand that this lack of funding in this cycle is especially acute. That has actually meant that here in the inland region, this is the second cycle where we got no awards at the state level. And so, this time there may be an excuse because the funding was short, but the first time it was especially troublesome because we have put together a lot of projects. And so it really just spoke to the quality that's continues to creep up. One of the projects which I scored was one that would have been funded and was shown in the slides earlier if there was enough funds. So this really underscores the need that I know earlier you were mentioning that the CTC was hoping to sit down with new legislators, and so when you do that, this is something to definitely drive home to them that this program needs more money. It needs lots more money because. Not just because it's nice to fund all the projects that are applying, and so that we don't have to have this situation again, but also because it's important to realize that we have a massive and critical deficit of the infrastructure for active transportation as compared to infrastructure for cars. In many places, as one of the other speakers was mentioning, there's still no sidewalks. Decades after he grew up there, and so many communities are seeing roads being widened. Freeways being widened. For the price of one freeway project, we could fund the whole ATP. And so again, there's a real deficit, and the infrastructure, it just doesn't exist. And so we need it funded. And thank you very much.
My apologies. Your time is up. Thank you so much for calling in from San Bernardino.
Up next, we have Ted Smalley.
Good afternoon, Chair Gardino and commissioners. Want to say, first of all, we just support the recommendations very strongly and want to give a great big thank you. I don't know we can give enough thanks to Lori Waters and the ATP team. You heard it said before, they offered to come down. We've had workshops and training, And I don't think we would have been anywhere successful as we would have been without that awesome effort by the CTC staff. So thank you so much. These projects you're funding in our county are so critical. They're transformational. Some can't understand how important it is, or there are areas where kids have not ever been on a sidewalk their whole life walking to school, as was mentioned earlier. So thank you again for all that effort and help and for these recommendations. Also want to note that we also support the effort to restore the 400 million, if not more, given there are so many awesome ATP projects on this list throughout the whole state that need to be funded. So thank you again for all the effort, and thank you again for the awesome CTC staff that went above and beyond to help us down here in Tulare County.
Thank you, Mr. Smalley. Thanks for calling in from Tulare County. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Nicholas Rado.
Yes, hello, Chairman Guardino. My name is Nicholas Rado. I'm the transportation lead for 350 Bay Area Action, and we're part of the same coalition as Jeannie Waller. We support the staff recommendations for awards, and again, congratulate you on picking very important projects to be funded. As you mentioned, we're encouraging the governor and legislature to increase funding for this program. But as we encourage that, it is critical that agencies receiving ATP funding focus on expediting delivery of awarded projects so that we can realize the benefits of these projects on the ground as soon as possible. CTC should ensure accountability for delivery to avoid project delays or potential expiration of funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rado. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Brian Rosen.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Rosen, you're ready.
Thank you. I want to talk about Monterey County and spending $90 million on a surf project, which bypasses only a few miles of traffic on the very short 3-lane section of Highway 1, where the rest of it is 2 lanes, where the rest of it flows slower, and the traffic is going to remain except for just bypassing for a few miles, is a waste of money. And it's probably going to be $100 million. And I wish the CTC would do everything in its power to not give funding for this very destructive project, where a simple carpool lane or bus on shoulder lane would work. And that's what the Coastal Commission said before all the big, powerful Monterey County politicians sat down with them for numerous hours and excluded the Sierra Club and all the environmental groups. And so many of us are against it. And we need to rail to Monterey or give the money to some other counties for something that's really needed, because there's only a traffic problem for the most part on weekday mornings from 7 to 9 on southbound Highway 1, and not on the other side of the highway, and it's just throwing away $90 or $100 million on a big pork barrel project to enable development in Fort Ord. And we're spending all this money on these crazy projects like this that could be better spent. And the people of Monterey County want the train, the rail to come back. There's so much traffic all the way from San Francisco to Monterey, Gilroy. And we need your help. We really need your help to bring money for that. But please, for God's sake, the surf project was approved, and now there's a whole new plan, and that never went to public review, and they misled the Transportation Commission. They said it would bend, not take out any railroad tracks and so forth. There was a lot of misrepresentations, and funding needs to be reduced. Let's give it to somebody that really needs it, please. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen, for calling in. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Nafili Barrett.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett, Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. I want to express support for approval of these project lists, particularly the Mendocino County's Round Valley Covelo Safe Routes to School project. The Round Valley Covelo area is a remote community in Mendocino County. It is a low-income community that has historically been underserved. This project will provide bicycle and pedestrian access to schools where currently there are no bicycle and pedestrian facilities and students are walking in vehicle lanes. This is a project that the community has been very vocal about the need for, so they are thrilled to see that this project is recommended for funding. And I want to say a big thank you to staff. Like everyone has said, they've done a great job, particularly in light of the reduced funding in this particular cycle. And especially want to thank them for those virtual site visits. Mendocino County had previously applied for the same project and was unsuccessful. Did the debrief and the site visit with staff, and what a difference that made. So thank you to staff. And then on the overall funding, I just want to say, you know, one thing that's not seen in the list of unfunded projects are the projects that didn't even make it onto the list because the agencies chose not to apply in light of the reduced funding. So I think that, you know, you're not even seeing the full need here for additional funding for the program overall. If there were more funding, there would be more applications. So just a plug for support for the additional funding, and thanks again to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. We appreciate you calling in from Mendocino County. Justin, I believe we have at least one more online speaker.
Yes, we have 2 more hand raises at this time. Up next, I have Jonathan Gramajo.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Gramajo, and I am the applicant here for the City of Madera for the project that is being recommended. I wanted to quickly chime in and thank you once again for the recommendation of our project. The City of Madera is a very disadvantaged community with many needs, and I am very excited to see this project go forward and see some of those needs met.
Excellent. Sir, I want to make sure you didn't cut out, but that was the extent of your comments?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. He gets extra points. And our last online speaker?
The last virtual hand raise I see is a call-in number ending in 1705. So if you were calling in, okay.
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. Lorna Moffett here. What I want to say is what's incredulous about the Behemoth Surf Project in Monterey is the fact that paving 5 miles of railroad tracks, partially destroying the second most important dunes in California, and taking 5 years to do so, is more possible than painting 4 miles of Highway 1 for a carpool lane. According to our politicians in Monterey, all alternatives, such as a carpool lane and fixing the rail tracks so the train can be brought back, is impossible. The Train Riders Association has stated they can fix the railroad tracks for $1 million a mile, and Tansy politicians refuse to even look at that possibility and instead claim it would cost $150 million a mile. Tansy has had 10 years to bring back the train, which could transport thousands of people from all over the country had they had the will to do it, but they don't. Tansy is the worst government body to deal with urgent transportation needs. And the proof of that is that our traffic congestion has gotten unbearably worse. We have no hope of climate change if bodies of government like Tansy and the Coastal Commission and you commingle to destroy our chance to bring back the train, which is surely going to happen if they pave over that railroad track. And also, finally, I'd like to mention that our bay, the most important sanctuary in the world, according to Blue Planet documentary, is heated up to 12 degrees. And it feeds all the world's mammals.
Justin, go ahead and please end the call. Thank you. When people's time is up, it is only respectful to all concerned that they do not get more time than everyone else. Thank you for calling in. Are there any other speakers?
We have no other speakers at this time.
Great. Then we're going to end the public hearing on this item and take it to the dais. This was an information item. 18 is the adoption of the 2025 Active Transportation Program. Jaden, anything else that you would like to add?
No, sir.
Great. Thank you. You took that time is up really seriously, too. Thank you. Do we have any cards on this item? Because we've already done the public hearing, correct? Good. Okay. So because we've already completed the public hearing, we're bringing it to the dais. Just from a time perspective, I'll be looking to see if there's a motion and a second first, and then we can comment from there. I heard Vice Chair Grisby first to the mic, and the second, I think, was from Commissioner Bradshaw. Great. We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation for our 2025 Active Transportation Program adoption. Now we're going to go to comments. Past Chair Eager.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to first acknowledge the excellent work of our staff. And I think we heard from everyone in this room, whether they were funded or not funded, that this program works and this process works. Certainly, we don't have enough money. We heard that theme, that we would love to have more money to be able to fund those great projects that didn't get funded. But I think the important thing that we heard today was for those folks who did get funded, they reached out to the CTC staff. I think in particular, I talked to 2 or 3 of the awardees, and Madera specifically, and Visalia and Tulare County, and they said, gosh, for years and years, we kept trying. We didn't make it, and then we reached out to staff, and they came to us, and they sat down with us, and they walked us through, here's what we're looking for, here's some things, you have a great project, but here's some words that we're missing. And so to be able then to get funded, because now they know, exactly what they're looking for, the work that you all did to ensure that people that deserve to be funded got funded, absolutely amazing. And I think we heard from everyone in this room that that was invaluable to them. That one-on-one was invaluable. So for folks who didn't get funded this time, keep that in mind. Reach out to the staff. They're there to help you through this process, and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you for sharing that. I could not agree more. It's part of the strength of our tremendous yet pretty small staff, how proactive they are in their outreach, how they make that transparently known. It's not putting the thumb on the scale. It is offering the same help to anyone that asks, and makes me proud to be associated with each of you. We do have a motion and a second. I'm looking to see if there's other lights on. And thank you, Commissioner Mann.
Thank you so much. I would just echo the same comments. I know this is a tremendous amount of work, and there were lots of proposals, and I think we've heard again and again that there'd be a desire to have more funding for this. So just thank you for all of the work. I do just want to just touch on the comments that we did receive about what I heard was maybe a request that a project that is proposed for funding, that there's an alternative that a couple of people in the community wanted to see. And so I wonder if we could take some time to just speak on what's before us today, and what we can vote on and what we're not voting on, because the comments were about the desire to see a different type of project, but I don't think that's what's before us. What's before us is the project that was proposed under the documents that were submitted.
That is correct, Commissioner Mann. This was about the Active Transportation Program projects submitted, evaluated, and recommended by our staff, not other items that that some speakers wanted to address under ATP. That's a different agenda item.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Jaden, I want to come back to you because I was candidly quite surprised by the brevity of your remarks. And if you wanted to revise and extend your remarks at all before we vote today.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, tab 18 is an action item to adopt the 2025 Active Transportation Program of projects in the statewide and small urban and rural components. Staff recommends adopting the 2025 Active Transportation Program of projects for the statewide and small urban and rural components as shown in attachment B of this agenda item.
Great. Jaden, thanks for the excellent work you're doing.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Before we vote, I just want to make a comment as well. This commission is so passionate about funding all of the mobility needs in our formulaic and competitive program categories, and has always been passionate about our active transportation program categories, which in all 7 cycles have been oversubscribed. Equally, Caltrans is passionate about ATP, as is Secretary Omishakin and his team, as is Governor Newsom. We're often asked to fund more. As our economy becomes stronger, that not only creates jobs, but also revenue for projects like this, and we can all succeed together. And so let's keep working in that direction, working together, so that hopefully, again, as we look at the May revise, we are prepared as a state to be able to recommend that revenue from a strong economy, creating jobs and revenue, can be used for vital programs like this. I understand that one of our colleagues online may also have a comment, and is that true, Justin? Is that accurate, Douglas? Oh, great.
Great.
Please.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to add a comment. Well, as others have said, it's just so wonderful to hear this broad support for staff recommendations on this round of ATP, and the recognition of staff's hard work in times of constraint. I just wanted to kind of put out there, I hope that there can be a space. I don't know if it's best to have it come from the commission or from the legislature or from CalSTA, but as we've heard from Commissioner and Brother Bradshaw, and earlier in the meeting, when we're talking about the workers who take care of our transportation systems and build our transportation systems, many of them are burdened, like many Californians, with very long commutes because of the high cost of housing. And that really speaks to the fact that when we're talking about funding transportation in our state, we're talking about what moves people, right, in terms of how do we support people being able to travel by car, by bike, by transit, by foot. But we're also talking about what supports a lot of working families in terms of public spending on these kinds of projects. And it is difficult for us to balance those things, right? I know there is tremendous desire from this commission and from everybody in this process to be able to figure out how to do those things in a way that, takes different kinds of needs into account. I am a big fan of the concept of high road partnerships. And I know that the transportation industry has work in that area. I know the state of California, the governor's office have a lot of work in the area of high road. And I'm wondering if there is some way to just connect the dots here and elevate worker voice and say, what would the people who build and maintain our roads and our transportation systems, what would make sense to them, or how would they weigh in on this massive demand for active transportation projects? How can we better connect these goals that we have in terms of being able to fund systems that are going to be safe for vulnerable users and the general population, while also ensuring that we're continuing to provide good jobs. And I would just really love to see, I've brought this up before, I think that we need to do more of an economic analysis of the benefits of ATP. And it just would be really great to see, what are the pinch points? What are the choke points that are making it harder to uptake ATP projects? What's going on, once these get funded? How can they be implemented faster in order for regions to see that jobs effect? I just would love to see, could there be an active transportation high road partnership table? Is something like that in the works? How do we bring together our best thinkers here to stop seeing this as something that has to be pitted, right? But rather, this is simply how we're going to do things in the state of California. We're going to create good jobs and we're going to create good opportunities for safe mobility.
Commissioner Lugo, thank you. Do we have anyone else on the commission who would like to speak before we vote? Great. Jaden, thanks again for the recommendation. We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 19 is an information item on our draft 2024 Climate Action Plan. Matthew and Darwin is participating virtually.
Yes, thank you, Chair Guardino. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 19 is an information item containing an update on the draft 2024 Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, well known as CAPTI, Actions and Descriptions, which will be presented by Darwin Musavi, CalSTA's Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy and Housing Coordination. This presentation will build upon Darwin's presentation at the Joint Commission, CARB, and Housing and Community Development meeting back on November 7th, and it will focus on actions where the CTC plays a lead role in implementation. I'm going to now turn it over to Darwin, who will be presenting this item virtually.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Well, thanks so much for having me back and giving me an opportunity to give you all an update on our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. As Matthew mentioned, this presentation is building off of the conversation we had with you all at the joint CTC CARB HCD meeting last month. And we wanted to come back and provide you an update on the conversations we've had since, the feedback we heard at that meeting, and some of what we're proposing to do with that feedback and how we plan to move forward. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder of where we are, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, which was originally adopted in 2021, we spent several years implementing that initial action plan and announced earlier this year that we will be updating the plan to include new actions to further implement the existing CAPTI framework. We held a set of listening sessions in the spring to provide, to gather feedback, I should say, to inform this update. We then had a set of workshops in September where we presented draft actions for consideration to our stakeholders and obtained more feedback at that point, which then led to the release of a more detailed set of actions and descriptions that were released on November 1st and were influenced by the feedback that we heard in September. Those actions are currently still available for public comment until December 13th. Those are the actions we presented at the joint CTC CARB HCD meeting in November. We have since that joint meeting held additional meetings with stakeholders that have requested meetings with us, including the RTPA group, the Rural Counties Task Force, the Climate Plan Network, and others to further receive feedback, and have already started to receive, in addition to what we heard at the joint meeting and at those conversations, feedback in writing as well. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, we wanted to focus this conversation on the CTC-led actions that are proposed in the plan and give you an update on that. So in terms of proposed actions, we have an update to the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines to state that goods movement projects that mitigate their passenger VMT impacts are more competitive for funding. That's the first action that CTC is a lead for, listed in the new set of actions. This action would really move us forward, building off of the existing TSEP work that happened in CAPTI previously to really target passenger VMT impacts of those projects. The next action is to update the Solutions for Congested Corridors program guidelines to require that all applications state that they are VMT neutral in order to compete in a program, while continuing existing practice in the guideline to prioritize projects that reduce VMT. Per our Mineta Transportation Institute study, we saw that we were very close to VMT neutral in the last program. So this would help move us further in that direction to meet our climate goals. And then finally, we have an action to continue strengthening existing SB1 program guidelines to better account for environmental justice impacts of projects. I should note that all three of these actions would go through the same process that actions did once they were adopted last time in the last CAPTI, which is that the Commission would work through its guidelines process to further workshop these actions and work with stakeholders to figure out the best specific mechanisms to implement these actions within their guidelines with further stakeholder input, even after this process is over. Next slide, please. So just to summarize some of the feedback we've gotten on these actions thus far, for the SB1 guidelines generally, we've heard from stakeholders that they've urged us to leave flexibility for implementation, avoid a one-size-fits-all approach, consider geographic equity and rural competitiveness in our guidelines suggestions here. So I'll read through these and then talk a little bit about how we're addressing these concerns that we've heard. Next, for the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, we specifically heard from stakeholders concerns regarding the ability to assess or achieve project or application specific VMT neutrality in all parts of the state. We understand that given much of what's listed in that first comment there in terms of differences in geographic needs across the state and where folks are with the existing transportation system that they have, that achieving these goals can be rather challenging for certain regions. So we hear that loud and clear. And then next, for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, stakeholders raised concerns that prioritizing projects that mitigate their passenger VMT impacts may prevent funding for important projects aimed at improving freight movement. And then finally, we did hear from other stakeholders suggested that prioritizing projects that mitigate VMT impacts in TSEP and achieving VMT neutrality in SCCP were both important and supported, and they urged us to continue moving forward with these actions. Next slide. So in taking all this feedback in and analyzing all of the feedback and working, we have spent the last few weeks working here internally to really think about, how do we continue to meet our climate goals, push further on the needed VMT reductions that we're looking for to meet our intended CAPTI framework goals, as well as the goals of the climate change scoping plan adopted by the Resources Board. But at the same time, how do we do that in a way that provides the flexibility needed to regions and meeting folks where they are? And we believe that that's always been the spirit of the work we've done here. Our intent originally with the application approach for SCCP rather than a specific project approach was to provide some of that flexibility for folks to do that, to have flexibility to meet these requirements while also being able to make it fit for their geographic context. But we've heard that isn't necessarily enough. So we're looking to explore additional solutions. So potential solutions that CalSTA plans to further explore and consider, that we want to hear from you all as to whether these are worth consideration, is one, for the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, CalSTA will consider VMT neutrality as a programmatic goal rather than a project level requirement. So that's something we want to look into. Again, we've heard that when assessed at a project level, that can be challenging for some regions. And at the same time, we know that we need to keep moving towards VMT neutrality. So, can we do that in a way that looks at the summation of the investments versus specifically at the project level? So, and then, moving from a requirement to a goal would also provide some flexibility in doing so, looking programmatically. So this would mean that we would urge the CTC, if this were to be the action that is adopted, to have cycle 5 of the Solutions for Congested Corridors program aim to be VMT neutral in its totality, regardless of the specific VMT impacts of specific projects that make up that program. So that's something that we are exploring and would like to hear feedback from you all on. Next, for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, I think much of what we've heard there has been concerns around the impacts of our action on geographic equity and on not funding or leaving key freight benefits, I should say, unfunded. So we will clarify that in any action that is ultimately implemented here, that it be carried out while maintaining geographic equity and continuing to prioritize key freight benefits in project selection. We don't intend for the VMT criteria here to supersede those key considerations and primary considerations that drive the program. So we want to make that explicit in our action. So those are the updates and the that we wanted to share with you here today. If you go to the next slide, we are still within the public comment period. So we're sharing these as ideas and examples of things that we're looking to look into further to address the comments we've heard thus far. We know we'll continue to hear comments between now and December 13th, including here today. So we'll continue to take all of this feedback and continue iterating on this work with the hope of landing on a specific set of actions that help move us towards our climate change goals, while also providing the flexibility needed for our local and regional partners to implement this work. And that concludes my presentation.
Darwin, thank you for joining us remotely today for your presentation. We have a number of people who would like to speak to this item in the room and perhaps online as well. That is confirmed. Again, so that we have a chance to hear everyone, we would ask the first 3 speakers to come forward. That is the Honorable Wes Speake, City Council Member in the City of Corona, who will be followed by City Council Member Linda Molina from the City of Calamasa, and then Aaron Hake with Riverside County. Welcome, Council Member Speake.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, and Council or Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, and welcome back to Riverside County. The goals behind CAPTI are great. They're wonderful things to aspire to. However, there's something that lies between the stick that codifying CAPTI would be and the carrot of which what people need to actually move around. So not just commuters, we're talking about people that can't leave their homes because the freeway is so jam-packed and people are willing to flood the city streets of Corona. We live in a geographic area that's blocked in by the Santa Ana Mountains and the Santa Ana River. And folks, when the 300,000 people that traverse the 91 freeway every day need a place to go, they come through the city of Corona. So I have folks that cannot leave their homes. They are literally stay in their homes on the weekends. It's not just commuters, people that want to leave and recreate. They want to go and visit a winery in Temecula. They want to go to the airport. They can't leave. They can't get on a bus because there's too many cars. So by codifying this, you're cementing this in as being something that will not work. And I always tell people they're the tale of two cities, right? Though their HCD is once 15,000 houses built in Huntington Beach, 15,000 houses built in Moreno Valley. Moreno Valley is going to build 15,000 houses. The people that are going to live there are the people that can afford to live there. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to go anywhere. So we're going to be putting people that can't afford to live anywhere near their job. We're going to put them in their cars, put them on buses or trains, which is great, but they're going to spend all that time away from their family because we don't have a functioning transportation system. So give us some time to react to this. Give us some time to produce a viable public transportation system so folks can use it. But in the meantime, do not kill our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Thanks for coming today. We're going to go next to Council Member Molina, followed by Aaron Hake, followed by Maura Toomey. Welcome, Council Member.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and again, welcome to Riverside County. I know you love us, we love you too. So my name is Linda Molina. I represent the city of Calimesa, and I represent the city by being on Riverside County Transportation Agency as well as Riverside Transit Agency as past board of the directors. On behalf of my constituents, I ask that CalSTA take the time to understand our needs and take a balanced approach for its update to the CAPD actions. Calimesa is a small city, 11,000 people, 15 square miles. We're about 70 miles east of Los Angeles, and we have two intersecting highways, Highway 10 and State Route 60, which are two major goods movement corridors. But Calimesa is proud, and only 5% of Calimesa residents live and work in the city. And most of us have to drive because we have limited availability and access to a bus or rail. So the CAPD guiding principles seem to be in direct conflict with other state mandates, most notably housing. The amount of housing that cities in Riverside County are required to plan for will make meeting CAPD guidelines impossible. Riverside County and the city of Calimesa in particular cannot create alternative transportation quick enough or at a scale required to accommodate for the housing that is required to be built. And so this required housing will drive VMT induction, not the roads themselves. We will simply be cramming more cars onto the existing streets and highways, which will lead to increased congestion and pollution. This will also have societal impacts as parents will be away from their kids longer. So my time's running short. So I'm asking CAPD will not bring rail faster to my community. Do not change the purpose of transportation funds and increase the cost of our projects when communities like mine don't have sufficient alternatives to driving. Please leave SB1 funding programs alone.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate your feedback. And I would just mention both online, both in the room and online, this item is on CAPTI. We have 110 book items today and tomorrow. And so just a reminder, we're only speaking on CAPTI. If you're in the room or calling in on a different item, please wait for that item to come up, or we'll have to end your time on this item. With that, our next three speakers are Aaron Hake, Maura Toomey, and Mike Woodman. Aaron, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I just want to start by saying I have great reverence for this commission and the role that you all play in administering billions of dollars that have been entrusted to you to administer. It's a very difficult job in representing all Californians in all corners of the state and all of the different programs that you're charged with overseeing. And as I look at the statutes for programs like Solutions for Congested Corridors and the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, I do not find that there is alignment between what has been proposed in CAPTI's draft actions with what the statute says today. In fact, I remember vividly when SB1 was being negotiated and all of the different discussions that went on to what these dollars would do. In the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, the State Route 91 multimodal corridor, which is just outside of this building, is mentioned specifically in the statute. And my concern is that as written, these draft actions could shut us out. And so my concern is that Codifying CAPTI could tie the hands of this commission and its ability to represent all Californians, including the residents of the county where we are today. We have residents who will pay gas taxes in increasing amounts as they commute more, spend more time in their cars, and will not see a direct benefit back to them in the roads that they expect to be improved. As I mentioned earlier today, our CTC in Riverside County embraces innovation and solutions of all types, of all modes. We are putting projects forward in abundance of all of the above, and we need support for all of those projects. So thus, I encourage the Commission to find the intersection of ambition and reality. The state has great ambition that we support. Our county has great ambition that we ask you to support, and we ask the Commission to look at reality. Where is the billions and billions of funding for the transit system that we will need? Where will the people go when we have 167,000 new affordable units that must be built here? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hake. And we're all going to be looking at our maps tonight for the intersection of ambition and reality. We're going to go to Maura Toomey, Mike Woodman, and then Kiana Valentine. Welcome, Maura.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Maura Toomey, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. We want to express our appreciation for the continued dialogue with Darwin Musavi and CalSTA on the issues concerning the CAPTI revisions. We strongly support the proposed CAPTI strategy that seeks to improve VMT analysis and mitigation guidance for rural projects, recognizing the unique conditions and challenges of rural communities. However, we continue to be concerned with the proposed changes to the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and Solutions for Congested Corridors Program guidelines, changes that we believe will negatively impact the ability to develop and fund critical and potentially life-saving safety, operational, and evacuation projects in rural regions. And I want to express that this concern goes beyond just the funding at the SB1 project funding level. We believe that the changes to these guidelines will chill the development of projects early in the development process, as Caltrans and other agencies choose not to do pre-development work for projects that are critical for rural regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura. We're going to go now to Mike Woodman, then Kiana Valentine, then Otis Greer. Welcome, Mike.
Chair Gardino, fellow commissioners, Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. I also want to thank Darwin Musavi and CalSTA for the continued dialogue regarding the proposed CAPTI draft strategies. NCTC is supportive of several of the draft actions, including the need to revisit the analysis of VMT for rural counties, and also the development of the Comprehensive Climate Adaptation Planning Delivery Framework. However, similar to Mara's comments, we have concerns related to the proposed CAPTI strategies that add additional VMT requirements to the SB1, TCEP, and SCCP funding programs, and feel that proposed changes to SB1 programs should be proposed through the legislative process and then implemented through CTC guidelines rather than through CAPTI updates. If you look at the projects, the SB1 projects that have been funded in the last couple of cycles, I think it clearly shows that CTC staff, through previous guideline updates, the projects that are being funded support CAPTI goals. We're funding good projects, but just have concerns that we're going beyond statutory intent of what was passed by the voters. We need to honor that, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Next is Kiana Valentine, followed by Otis Greer, followed by Keith Dunn. Welcome, Kiana.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kiana Valentine with Transportation California, representing the statewide transportation construction industry that designs, builds, maintains, and repairs our multimodal infrastructure around the state. While there are several CAPTI draft actions that the industry supports, regrettably, I stand before you today in opposition to 3 of those recommendations, the first being codification of CAPTI, and then the second and third are those that we have already discussed related to the SB1 competitive grant programs and essentially increasing the competitiveness of projects that reduce or are VMT neutral. Reducing VMT can undoubtedly deliver reductions in greenhouse gases and help lead to more sustainable, healthy communities. However, some transportation projects that increase VMT are still absolutely necessary to deliver a safe and reliable transportation system throughout the state of California. And oftentimes, VMT increasing projects include active transportation or other accessibility components that would not be built but for the VMT increasing project. Complicating the creation of statewide policies around VMT is that not all VMT is created equal. However, current state methodology for analyzing and then requiring mitigations treat them equally. One single occupancy vehicle VMT is different than a carpool VMT, is different than electric vehicle VMT. And on the freight side of the equation, we know that freight trucks are going to have to reduce payload to meet weight limits on electric trucks, requiring more trucks, increasing VMT to deliver the same amount of goods. Once again, I'm almost out of time, so let me just say that the industry supports CAPTI, opposes these VMT-related issues, and urges the state to look at housing-related options.
Kiana, thanks for being a good steward of your time. We're going to go to Otis Greer and then Keith Dunn. Those are all the cards I have in the room at this time. If there are other cards, please turn them in to our staff. Hello, Mr. Greer.
Good morning, Chair Gardino and Commissioners. Thank you so much.
It's not quite morning yet. Don't do that to us.
I say good morning?
Don't jinx it.
Sorry.
That's okay. It can feel that way.
My name is Otis Greer. I represent the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, and our agency is very concerned about the cost implications of the potential implementation of the reformed CAPTI strategy in our region. For example, the CEQA process for the I-5 express toll lane in Orange County recently estimated that the VMT mitigation would cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $441 million, or approximately $14.2 million per lane mile, while only mitigating 26% of the VMT impact. This is more than doubling the cost of the project itself. SBCTA is in the process of building out a price-managed lane system that has been included in every SCAG RTP-SCS since 2012. This comprehensive multimodal strategies enable us to provide priority treatments and incentives and transit shared ride vehicles on freeways where we currently have no HOV lanes. Caltrans has supported this approach from the beginning. Our managed lane network in San Bernardino Valley and Cajon Pass could translate to approximately $1.6 billion in partial mitigation, VMT mitigation, using the I-5 project baseline. This scale of VMT mitigation is not only unaffordable, but will turn planning process into a piecemeal project-by-project battle for VMT mitigation for individual products. SBCTA would like to recommend that we take a pause and really look at and consider an economic assessment on the revised CAPTI strategy and the proposed 743 implementation. We really think that the cost is going to be a major issue for us, and we'd like that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. It's good to see you. Mr. Dunn?
I was directed just to say what Otis said, but I'm going to go ahead and make a few other comments. I appreciate the second opportunity to address you. I'll be quick. Thank you for the opportunity to address CAPTI. As you all know, our success with the self-help counties, I'm also here today on behalf of the building construction trades of California, depends upon our continued cooperation together. Thankfully, the self-help county agencies in the state of California have a long history of successfully working together. However, to continue to do so effectively with CAPTI, we need flexibility. Specifically, we believe that the CTC is successfully currently delivering on the goals of CAPTI with the development of their guideline process for the projects funded through SB1. Future CAPTI implementation should remain a part of that guideline process and not be codified into laws that removes that flexibility. This is important because the self-help county agencies have a fiduciary responsibility to deliver our expenditure plans, and the state of California must deliver on promises to voters with regards to SB1 funding. Continued flexibility is critical to this success. Additionally, we remain concerned that the current CAPTI draft, with its emphasis on VMT neutrality, is ambiguous, ill-defined, and aspirational. To borrow and modify a line from Director Hake, it confuses aspiration with reality and will be by design excluding housing projects in rural and urban areas, which will exacerbate the problem we've all discussed here today about workers having access to housing and transportation. Again, we do not want to confuse aspiration with reality. If there's a line you remember from me today, please remember that. I would urge great caution in rewriting the rules of SB1. Many of us remember the first time that SB1 came about and there was an effort to recall this. Voters throughout the state rejected that because they believed the promise that we made them, which is these programs will be delivered with a set of priorities that they endorsed. I urge caution in rewriting those rules. Again, we offer a collaboration. Thank you very much. And I'm just now out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. We appreciate your being a good steward of everyone's time. I do not believe we have any other speakers in the room. That is correct, Justin and Douglas? Great. And I want to thank you all for staying on the CAPTI item as well. We will ask the same of our online presenters, assuming that we have online speakers. Do we have online speakers, Justin?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Up first, I'd like to call on Jordan Brazil.
Thank you. Welcome, Jordan. We will only start when you start.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Jordan Brazil with the Coalition for Clean Air. SB 32 and AB 1279 both set requirements for California to reduce its statewide greenhouse gas emissions to 40% and 85% below the 1990 level by 2030 and 2045, respectively. In order to ensure that our transportation investments are aligned with these targets, Governor Newsom signed an executive order that led to the creation of CAPTI. 3 years later, CAPTI has managed to identify and complete all of its proposed actions. However, VMT and GHG emissions continue to increase despite our efforts to implement CAPTI. This is amplified by the Mineta Transportation Institute study conducted in partnership with CalSTA, which showcases that despite CAPTI's accomplishments, projects funded by TCEP and SCCP are still increasing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gases. California needs stronger actions within CAPTI to effectively reverse this trend. This is why we strongly support the proposed CAPTI actions to make projects that mitigate their VMT impacts more competitive for TCEP funding and to require the SCCP program to be VMT neutral. Encouraging VMT reduction within these programs will make them more effective in the long run. The more opportunities there are for people to choose not to drive, the less congestion we will experience on our roads. Implementing these actions will also better align CTC and CARB, as CARB's scoping plan calls for reducing VMT by 25% by 2030. Finally, these actions will not only save Californians' lives in the long term by reducing the impacts of climate change and improving air quality, but can have near-term benefits as well through improving pedestrian and cyclist safety and reducing the number of deadly car crashes. We urge you to support CAPTI as it is proposed in order to protect Californians, our planet, and comply with the law.
Thank you, Jordan. Justin, I believe we have about 8 or 9 hands up at the present time.
Yes, that is correct.
Please, let's go on to our next guest then.
Up next, we have Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for having me again. Good evening, Jeannie Ward-Waller on behalf of Climate Plan and our partners. We provided a letter to you actually in advance of the joint meeting back in November. You should have received it again this week. I just want to reiterate some of the points from that letter. And one, I just want to start by, I think reinforcing the point that was just made by my colleague from Coalition for Clean Air to say that the SB 150 progress report that CARB has released shows that we really are not making progress reducing VMT or GHG in all of our major regions. We really must do more, and making progress becomes more urgent each year. All of the projects that we fund need to support our climate goals, not require future projects to mitigate the VMT increases that we're funding today. We really strongly support prioritizing TCEP projects that mitigate their passenger VMT impacts. Projects that avoid inducing passenger VMT will be more successful in moving freight. If your project is making single occupant vehicle traffic worse, the trucks you claim to want to move are likely to be stuck in worse congestion. We also strongly support prioritizing congested corridors projects that are VMT neutral or even better, VMT reducing. Projects that increase VMT are worsening congestion. They are not solutions to congestion. We would not like to have you make this a programmatic goal. We urge you to keep this a project by project goal. And in a competitive program, this effectively requires VMT reducing projects to mitigate the projects that are VMT increasing. And finally, we strongly support in improving the SB1 guidelines to assess environmental justice impacts and prioritize projects that address those impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Nicholas Ratto.
Hello, thank you for having another opportunity to speak, Chairman Guardino. This is Nicholas Ratto from 350 Bay Area Action. And I wanted to echo what Jeannie Waller just stated, that SB 150 report shows no VMT reductions, in fact, some degree of increase in VMT. I think what's important to also note is that the CARB scoping plan, as analyzed by one of our 350 Bay Area Board of Directors members, who's a previous transportation engineer and in the San Francisco district, indicates that CARB has assumed a 25% reduction in VMT in order to meet their greenhouse gas reduction standards. We aren't even at zero. We are still increasing VMT. So it is critical, in my view, in our view at 350 Bay Area, that cap-type projects remain contain a project requirement to reduce or mitigate VMT and not turn it into a goal which would, for better, for worse, and with all good intent, these goals have not been met. In fact, again, we continue to have an increase in VMT. It's clear people to keep talking about reality versus ambition. I'm a pharmacist by training, so reality to me includes science, and science has already proven that greenhouse gases are produced, that are increasing, are being produced by fossil fuel burning. So to reduce those, we need to reduce greenhouse gases, and transportation is 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So everything we can do to reduce VMT, including cap-tie, but including land use, infill development, et cetera, for housing are really critical. So we encourage CalSTA to continue with their good progress on the cap-tie goals becoming actual project requirements.
Mr. Ratto, thank you for calling in. Your time is up, but thank you again for speaking your point of view. Justin, our next speaker, please.
Up next, we have Jamie Pugh.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jamie Pugh with NextGen California, calling in to voice our strong support for the cap-tie actions being proposed here today. I want to especially voice our appreciation for the actions relating to the SCCP and TSIP programs, insofar as they provide guidance for agencies to prioritize projects that do not generate traffic in their funding applications. As federal support for vehicle electrification becomes increasingly uncertain, and it becomes evident that the ZEV transition is likely to continue taking detours, it's really imperative that we use every tool in our toolbox to achieve decarbonization in a timely manner. This means prioritizing projects that do not increase traffic over projects that do. The simplest way to accomplish that is to evaluate traffic impacts at the project level. So I would encourage CTC and CalSTA not to adopt the proposed revisions discussed today that evaluate VMT neutrality at the program or application level, as this action will primarily serve to dilute the effectiveness of the guidance and continue to funnel taxpayer dollars towards projects that generate more traffic and more sprawl and more air pollution. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you. Our next speaker, Justin.
Up next, we have Maya Inigo Anderson.
Maya, you may
Hi,
proceed.
Maya Inigo Anderson again with Communities for a Better Environment.
CBE really appreciates the focus on VMT and the CAPTI updates. However, like others who have spoken, we are concerned about revising how VMT relates to the specific programs, particularly the TSEP program. I also want to echo Jeannie Ward Wallace's comments stating that the SB 150 dashboard, which shows that VMT is still increasing, tells us that we need to work harder and set more ambitious goals to reduce VMT. And our organization, CBE, represents grassroots community members and environmental justice communities up and down the state. I myself actually live not far from the 5 corridor that was discussed earlier. My stepson has asthma and chronic bronchitis. So we are really talking about issues that impact people's everyday lives. There are also many members at CBE who suffer from asthma or even lung cancer or other air pollution related diseases. And when we talk about spending on VMT neutrality or VMT reduction, this is spending that will reduce state healthcare costs later on. We also appreciate that the TSEP guidelines include language on zero emission vehicle infrastructure funding, which promises to create a pathway for GHG reductions and public health benefits. However, we do not wish to see freight benefits being prioritized over VMT or public health benefits. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Brian Rosen.
Maya, thank you. And our next speaker, please proceed. A reminder, this is on CAPTI.
Hi, on the draft climate action plan, I'm just hoping that we really need to work in reducing the cost of rail. They do it in other countries at a lot lower cost, but we have endless consultants and people making a lot of money. You know, they have old trains in Romania that are still steam trains that run on tracks that look like they haven't been maintained in 60 years. And yet we make Monterey County or whatever, $150 million a mile to do rail, we're told. It doesn't have to be that way. We just really need a good transportation system. And as a society, we need to prioritize and stop playing politics and make sure that bicycles are stationed at every transit stop and not do projects that are destructive of the environment, but that we can use hotels, we can allow clotheslines so people don't have to drive to the laundromat. A lot of people aren't allowed to use clotheslines. There's so much we can do. And I just hope that the transportation agency will really work hard in making a difference and standing up to some of the area politicians that are stuck on old ways, just trying to make money off of development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Our next speaker, Justin.
Up next, we have a call-in number ending in 1705. You are now free to comment.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Lorna Moffett here. The cost of climate change disasters in America has reached billions of dollars, both in lives lost and damages. And for your body to permit the go-ahead of the SURF is just one step closer for us all, because it's 5 miles of asphalt paving. And asphalt can reach up to 150.
Justin, go ahead and end this call, please. As we have made very clear, that is a different item. It's item 59. It's on tomorrow morning's agenda. Thank you. Let's move on to our next speaker.
Up next, we have Catherine T.
Hello, good evening. My name is Catherine T. I represent myself. I'm just a citizen. I'm not with any org. The reason I'm calling in is I want to commend the commission for the CAPTI's proposal. However, I agree with all of the other recent call-ins that the prioritization of VMT is extremely important. There's a lot of talk about aspiration versus reality, but the simple reality of this, and fact of the matter, is that we need to reduce VMT. That's just not a question. Anything that is increasing VMT, as we have seen from I believe it was the SB 150 report that was discussed earlier, shows a neutral, if not increasing VMT, but we need to decrease it. It is just no question at all. So it is highly important. And as someone who, I often joke that I'm an e-bike evangelical because it seems like almost weekly I'm selling people on the benefits of two wheels. There's high demand there. As we've seen from the previous action items, there's a very high demand for active transit. And what people often tell me is they say, I would, but the roads just aren't safe enough. It's just too scary. It doesn't feel safe, and I don't feel like I can get to where I want to go safely. And so if we are going to not tap into all of that demand there by prioritizing plenty of projects that reduce VMT by actually offer things that are good for active transit, as CAPTI would do in its current proposal, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot for all of our climate goals. And that is, to me, that just sounds aspirational if we're going to suddenly just magically solve it without actually reducing VMT, which is undeniably the most important thing that we can possibly do. And we're not doing it, so we need to. Thank you.
Catherine, thank you for being a good steward with your time. And with apologies to everyone, and to be transparent, I have a family issue that I need to take a call at 5:30. I'm going to turn it over to our Vice Chair, Darnell Grisby. Apologies to everyone.
Thank you, Chair, and I wish you the best. What you're working
on. Are we ready for my turn? Are we ready for the comment now?
Okay, just for the caller that was just speaking, we were in transition, so we will call the next person shortly.
All right, thank you. All right, up next we have Marvin Norman.
Yes,
apologies.
Yes, next person please online.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah.
So yes, hello again, Marvin Norman again, from San Bernardino resident. I'd like to, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'd like to echo the comments from Jeannie and others in support of CAPTI. And I'd also like to offer a local voice. I know we've heard several comments from RCTC, from SBCTA, and from several cities in the region wanting to, quote unquote, balance reality with aspiration, something to that measure. So I'd like to offer a comment about that in terms of supporting CAPTI, in that, you know, I'm a San Bernardino resident. I've grown up here most of my life and lived here all of my adult life. You know, I know the state of the region. The problem is that many of the plans that are put forth by these agencies do not reflect the desires of the residents of the region. There have been, you know, the Congressman Tacano's office put out a several years ago, and you know, when you look at the desired transportation modes of people, there is concern about the roads, but there's also a big desire, far greater desire for active transportation, for transit, that is reflected in the reality of the funding and the plans that are prepared by these agencies. So I'm very supportive of the CAPTI program, as especially the team mitigation will hopefully be able to help fund some of these projects that are that people want to see. And as a, you know, of course, as a voter in the region, I'd also say that there's a fiduciary. I know both RCTC and SBCTA will soon be trying to review their ballot measure. And quite frankly, as a taxpayer out here, I would like to see more projects and more guidelines that are in line with CAPTI than in line with the present allocation. So if the concern is that, we'd like to keep it this way. Support CAPTI. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Any other comments online?
Yeah, we have 2 other hand raises at this time, and then we have 1 written comment.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Up next, we have Brianna Egan.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Brianna Egan. I'm calling in from Loma Linda, California, which is located in San Bernardino County. I'm calling in to support the CAPTI actions and the proposals presented here. I think, speaking on a personal note, so I have a background in public health, and I'm currently a medical student. What really interests me is the connections between transportation and health of our communities. And I just see time and time again, coming into the clinic or into the hospital, asthma exacerbations, lung cancers, just knowing the connections in this region between having the worst air quality in the country and our polluted corridors, as well as just the health impacts that impact people daily. I think it's far past time for us to make these changes to our transportation system and to reallocate funding. I think as I want to echo the statements that Marvin made, seeing how kind of the state of transportation funding, which I've been following in Riverside and San Bernardino counties, it's disproportionately allocated towards cars and highways and freight movement and truck movement, rather than reducing travel times for people on all modes, or making things safer so that we don't continue to subject people to very dangerous highway conditions if they choose to walk or ride their bike. And so I'm really in support of a movement towards more active transportation funding and more transportation, public transit funding. One idea that I've had would be to mandate like express lane funding to go.
Miss?
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you for your comments, though.
Up next, we have Eli Lippman.
Yes, hi, Eli Lippman from Move LA. We're also members of the climate planning group, and we would also like to support the CAPTI recommendation that were proposed here today. What I'd like to speak to, and we strongly support prioritizing projects that fully mitigate the VMT impact in particular. What I'd like to talk about is the connection with housing. We strongly support the actions to establish director's policy to avoid direct displacement of homes due to the highway extension projects. We not only urge Caltrans to not just reduce, but to entirely avoid the taking of both homes and businesses in disadvantaged communities for highway expansion. On top of that, we really want to see Caltrans actually be a partner in building more housing on the land that it does own. And, I think that's, a really critical change for the agency. As I ride the transit system right now, we need to ensure that we have more affordable housing near transit systems, and Caltrans can really be a huge partner in that, and the CTC can really play a role in encouraging that and funding that. We also think that we need to see spending goals for bike, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure to achieve the level of mode shift required to reach the park scoping plan DMT targets. This is part of the SB 960 opportunities to implement that infrastructure. And I think it's really critical that you make that a priority. With that, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you so much. Next person online.
Okay, that includes all the virtual hand raises. I will now read a written comment received. They write, "Thank you, Darwin, for presenting and being accessible and willing to listen. The Butte County Association of Governments shares the comments and concerns already shared by Keith Dunn, Maura Toomey, Mike Woodman, and Kiana Valentine. Thank you, Ivan Garcia, Butte County Association of Governments." And that concludes all comments received for the item.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to turn to our colleagues on the dais. Anyone like to speak? I see immediate past chair, Leanne Eager.
Thank you, Vice Chair. First, Darwin, I want to thank you so much for adhering to our request for you to give this presentation again. I know we did it at the joint meeting, but because there were so few people there, we wanted to give the opportunity for people to come here at our CTC meeting and talk about this. And you've all certainly risen to the occasion. Having so much participation is exactly what we had in mind, is to ensure that we heard from everyone about these issues. And, one of the things that I think came up at the joint meeting was this VMT neutrality, and what does that really look like? In real life, can you give us an example of what is a project that would be VMT neutral and what would the cost of that be? And I think we heard that today, that people were asking that question of, this is, reality here. What does that look like? Can we actually do this? It looked like, and I'm not sure, and maybe you could answer the question, Darwin, where in the original proposal that you gave, it said that you would require all applicants to say that the projects are VMT neutral, and now it says that's the goal. Was that something that you were suggesting would be a change?
Yeah, Commissioner, happy to elaborate on that further, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to that a little bit more. So, one, we want to acknowledge that we're still in a public comment period here, so we haven't made any official change to any of the actions, but wanted to bring forward some considerations that we're thinking about making based on the feedback we've heard so far. And so that consideration is what we shared here a little bit ago, which would be to move from a application-based and really project-based VMT requirement to a programmatic VMT target, which I think provides a lot more flexibility and acknowledges the fact that not every region is at the same place to be able to really meet a project level VMT neutral application. So essentially how that would work is that the CTC would not be required to, but we would be recommending through CAPTI that they target their program and the suite of investments funded through the Solutions Congested Corridors program as a whole to reduce VMT to a point of VMT neutral once you add up all the VMT impacts from all of the projects across the state, which should give flexibility to various regions. I will say, given the dialogue about reality versus ambition, the reality is that we were actually very close to a VMT neutral line programmatically in cycle 3 per our Minnesota Transportation Institute study. We saw a significant decrease in the amount of VMT from cycle 2 to cycle 3, and we think that VMT neutral programmatic goal is actually very much within reach, and we almost got there last time.
So I'll be looking forward to seeing what that actually looks like. Because, tell me if I'm wrong, Tanisha, we vote on projects. And so that whole suite of, if we have a whole bunch of things come together, how do we analyze that? Because we don't vote on them by that whole suite. We vote project by project. Am I wrong?
That is correct. Having a goal would allow us the flexibility to look at the whole program and to recognize that we don't provide the projects to our program. We are recipients of those projects, and we can look at those projects against all of the SB1 requirements to create a suite of projects or a program of projects.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank you, Darwin, for coming forward and giving this presentation again, and also looking at that statewide analysis on how do we measure VMT and what will that look like as we go forward, because I think many of us have said, and certainly my fellow commissioners have talked about the issues of that analysis and what does that really look like if, and not just urban and rural, but certainly different parts of the state completely have different views and certainly different ways of looking at VMT and analyzing what VMT looks like. And so we appreciate that you're also looking at that. And I know Mark's not here, but I wanted to thank Mark for ensuring that we had the listening session in person in the Valley, because I think in previous years we had listening sessions everywhere, and the Central Valley was left out. So I know he made sure that we had a Central Valley in-person session this time, so I wanted to thank him for that.
All right, thank you. To my colleagues, I don't have access to your request to speak button, so please raise your hand. I'm going to call on Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, there's a lot to unpack here. I've been trying to struggle trying to condense down to, you know, what to say. You know, it seems we're dealing with at least two existential threats here in our state with climate change and housing. And earlier today, during conversations about our strategy, and yesterday with the EAC Executive Committee, there was a lot of talk about how to strike balance and how to having inclusivity and collaboration with approach. And frankly, it's very challenging to try to deal with climate change, to fully deal with it as many of the speakers that called in would like to see us do. And at the same time, deal with the issues of really huge issues of housing, affordable housing. As we just saw in the last election, there are some people that are really struggling too. And, you know, some of my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Bradshaw brought this up, working families are struggling. And so for me, we can't, I wish we had the luxury to solely look at climate change as our ultimate goal. But I think that there has to be a balance because there are several other key issues that have to be dealt with here in our state. You know, when I talk to other, you know, regional offices or local offices, they are greatly concerned that that CAPTAI potentially will kill all projects in certain parts of the state, and that certain highway projects just will not, they will not be competitive, and it will basically be a train wreck for a number of areas and communities. And I don't think that's what we can do, you know, as a transportation commission so I think we have to take all of those things into mind as we look at this. Again, I've brought this up many times, and at the joint meeting, I brought this up with you, Darwin. You know, I come from a rural area, and so while I appreciate the fact that you've recognized, as many of us have talked about, one size doesn't fit all, and you have to, as you say, consider geographic equity and rural competitiveness. The question I've got, and it kind of piggybacks on Commissioner Eager's comments, is how do you define, number one, how do you define rural? How do you, when it comes right down to it, how do you specifically change how you address VMT when you are analyzing it? How do you change it? You know, the devil's in the details, and I'm afraid that unless it's really spelled out when it comes right down to it, if VMT continues to be the primary goal, a lot of these projects are just not going to happen. And so for me, that really needs to be spelled out. And, you know, the language there of having it to be a programmatic goal as opposed to a requirement, that sounds good, but I think the reality is that means that those that have VMT reduction or neutrality are going to get approved, and those that, or they're going to get through the Caltrans process, and those that don't are not going to. That's my concern. So, Darwin, I don't know if you can address that. I'm throwing a lot out there, but those are a lot of my concerns.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, happy to try my best to address various aspects of that, and really appreciate you continuing to raise that rural perspective that we've been thinking a lot about here as well, in terms of how to make sure that a lot of what we're putting forward here does work for the entirety of the state. A couple things, to your questions about rural definitions, I think you're, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're really getting at, kind of how we plan to go about the action we've recommended on reevaluating VMT analysis for rural projects. And on that front, we are being general in our approach and the action here purposefully, because much like all of these actions and the CTC-led actions included, this is setting a goal and a priority to say that we want to reevaluate VMT analysis for rural communities to better account for the fact that we know that those projects often have fairly low VMT impacts. However, we don't think that this process here is the place to flesh out those details. We want a more robust outreach process specifically on each of these actions. So much like the CTC actions, how that will be led by the CTC in the guidelines process, the VMT analysis action, we plan to have Caltrans have a robust stakeholder engagement process to work with rural constituents and folks across the state when revising what that VMT analysis criteria looks like. So I know that doesn't answer your definitional questions, but I guess the answer there is to say that there will be a process, a public process to work through that. In terms of your concerns on solutions for congested corridors and the kind of programmatic approach on VMT neutrality, I will say that it's important to acknowledge that the program as written today does have criteria that prioritizes projects for funding that reduce VMT. And it does not exclude projects that don't reduce VMT from competing. It does not prioritize those VMT reducing projects over ones that increase VMT at the expense of meeting our other statutory goals in the program and geographic equity, et cetera, but takes a balanced approach in doing so. And so, that is already something that the entire state is working towards when applying for that program. What we're talking about here, and if we were to take the programmatic approach, would be to set a vision and a target for getting the program to a point, given that it's already favoring, or not, I shouldn't say, prioritizing those types of projects, that the overall suite does aim for VMT neutrality. And we were very close to that in cycle 3, which I think is important to acknowledge. So, we're fairly confident that that goal would be able to be accomplished in solutions for congested corridors, or we could continue to work towards that goal in a way that does not look drastically different from previous rounds of funding for solutions for congested corridors. But again, the specifics of how that's implemented and what levers are used are at the discretion of the CTC through the guidelines process after this process concludes.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up comment. I do agree that I would encourage you to go to the rural, the rural stakeholders and work through the specifics of VMT and analysis, how it applies, so that you really get a sense on specific potential projects how it works. And so anyway, I think that's the approach that I think it makes sense, is to do what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On to Director Taylor.
Just a couple of additions to what Darwin said to your questions, Commissioner Tiffany. One thing that I want to highlight as part of the CAPTI process is that, to Darwin's point of these things will go through the Commission's process. At the end of that process, you all will adopt them. So you have a lot of say about what the final product that comes out of CAPTI and how this body implements it will be. The other thing that I want to highlight is that as we're looking through to the finish line of CAPTI is finalized, we adopt our guidelines, the outcome of our process, and I'm going to say it again because it's really important to understand, the outcome of our process is dependent on the projects that come into the process. And SB1 is still the law of the land. CAPTI is an additional layer on top of the SB1 requirements, but SB1 is the law of the land, and that is how we will continue to prioritize our projects with a lens of CAPTI infused over SB1. And so we have some work to do. We're not there yet. We're at the beginning and not the end, and we're still going to hear the comments that come in from CAPTI, and we'll try to incorporate those things. But we will have this conversation again during our guidelines process as well.
Thank you, Director. And I've been informed that the public is still trying to chime in. Public comment is over for this item. Back to our chair.
Vice Chair and Executive Director and team, thank you. And for those of you who know me, in 18 years, I've almost never had to step out of a meeting. So my apologies. I respect you all so much. And that was not my intent to walk away for 21 minutes. We are back on the dais then with comments? Great. Thank you. Vice Chair, since you know where we are in the process, would you mind continuing, and I will just be a member of your team contributing?
If you like that, yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate
I think next up with Commissioner Falcone, is that correct? Or did I missee that? Okay, I apologize. I thought I saw your hand up.
It's hard to see down there, guys.
It is.
Sorry, no, okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Grisby. I wasn't really going to, but I can, because there's a lot to, yes, thank you. Well, there's a lot to unpack, and this is the first time that I'm hearing this. My apologies that I wasn't able to attend the joint meeting earlier last month, but a lot of information. First of all, thank you to all those who made comments today in person and online. Thank you to those who support the proposed CAPTI 2.0. And also thank you to those who have expressed concerns. Want to also honor the work that Calsta and Darwin have put into updating CAPTI, really emphasizing on equity and aspiring to goals that really try to meaningfully achieve GHG reduction. I guess the fundamental question I have is hearing this, kind of with fresh ears, and kind of piggybacking on some of the very thoughtful comments and questions that have been brought up by my colleagues, is how will these goals be achieved? Because what we want to show to the folks that we serve is that, we're applying policies that are attainable, but also moves the needle forward towards the goals that we're trying to achieve in terms of promoting healthier communities. And a couple of points that kind of came to mind, and we just heard, projects that were approved for ATP. But amid that, we experience a severe reduction of funding to fully fund $2.5 billion worth of projects that were requested by regions. How do we achieve these goals while, and encourage regions to put forth projects to try to reduce GHG when we can't fund them? That's one thought. Two, housing, and that's been brought up quite a bit by my colleagues and by folks that have commented. We need more infill housing. We need attainable housing close to corridors. But there's housing in existence now, especially near the metropolitan areas, that are not attainable. And so folks, especially working class families, are forced out to suburbs and even rural areas. And so I applaud, Darwin, that you mentioned, that an adjustment of wording from a requirement to recommendation as it relates to VMT. One more thing that came to mind is, infrastructure for zero emission vehicles. We have very aggressive requirements upon the freight community to transform their fleet to zero emission vehicles, yet we don't have the infrastructure in place for them, right? And so all of these things and more, just for me is, I'm grappling like, how do we achieve this? What metrics are you using to show success in implementing this new update to CAPTI? So those are just a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
Dorian, would you like to address any of those?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Lots of great comments there. I'll try to tackle a few of them there. So, I guess first I'd like to acknowledge that it's important to always acknowledge when we're talking about CAPTI that this is not the entirety of the state's VMT reduction climate strategy, right? We acknowledge and know that we do need additional funding and have unfunded needs in transportation for various types of transportation investments to help meet those goals. We understand that I always like to say that although it's a bit of a cliche, that housing is the best transportation solution, and that we know we need more low VMT housing to help meet our climate goals as well, and amongst other things. But in terms of what we're trying to do here, we're really looking at, with the limited set of funding that we do have, how do you prioritize these funds in a way that help meet as many of our state goals collectively as possible: equity, public health, climate, safety, etc. That's the lens in which we've tried to craft kind of the actions we have here. To your questions about kind of overall evaluation, much like the last CAPTI we put out, we commissioned a study that you've heard me reference here now multiple times with the Minnesota Transportation Institute to look at greenhouse gas emissions and VMT outcomes of projects cycle over cycle, to look at CalEnviroscreen and our disadvantaged communities and where investments of different kinds are going in those communities and how that's changing over time as a way to measure kind of equity impacts, as well as looking at job quality and job creation to look at various economic benefits that these investments are bringing to communities. And we plan to continue that type of an evaluation and study as we move forward to see, how is CAPTI really impacting our investments in a positive way to bring bigger benefits to Californians. And as you may all recall, that we saw a positive direction on all of those metrics last time around, and these actions here are really trying to build off of that, while at the same time recognizing the need to maintain that flexibility for agencies in doing so.
Thank you. Darwin, any follow-up, Commissioner Falcone? On to Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to not beat certain points to death. I'll try. And also I'm going to try to stick with Chair Gardino's, we'll treat it with respect. So if you sense a little passion, it's not necessarily anger, but it may seem that way. So, there's been a lot of testimony about studies, data, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that cuts a lot of directions. For example, honored to serve as a labor leader, as long as the membership I represent want me in that spot. And so there's studies out of UC Berkeley, they're not that old, that still the #1 way, particularly for women and folks in the BIPOC community, to claw up out of poverty if they're in that situation, Again, what's referred to as underserved communities, but I think we call it what it is. It's those that have been left out, discriminated against, and not been given the opportunity for a myriad of reasons, all unjust. Is an automobile, right? On a very practical level, I have experience every single day in recruitment and challenging the recruitment into a workforce where we are hundreds of thousands of workers short. So there's opportunity everywhere, but there's not enough bridges for those opportunity. One of the areas where there is often bridges is in transportation, construction, and to Commissioner Lugo's points, which I really appreciate and have let her know that, in ATP construction, that is available as well. But it's been talked about a lot, especially by fellow commissioners, about what the community wants, right? Are we listening to that? Is there a bridge there? I'm going to focus on workers overall, you know, and to remind everyone or ask folks to maybe think about this and meditate on this. The cost. Who bears the cost? Who bore the primary cost and still bears the cost of the gas tax? The working class does, without a doubt. I'm honored to serve, although it's I can't say it's like a calming meditation on the you know, RUCTEC, and it will once again be the working class that bears that cost to provide the transportation, the active transportation, the bridges, the roads. In my community, and this is anecdotal, I apologize, I could try to find a study to give it to you, but what in the communities I'm in around Oakland and my own community, folks want the potholes paved, they want sidewalks where their kids have to go to school. It comes up often when there's moves for bonds for BART and transportation and mass transit in the Bay Area, and folks are like, but what about my neighborhood? What about the hazards here? What about the safety here? I believe there's a lot of optimism. I've only been on this commission a couple years, and the movements that have been made towards VMT reduction have not been a failure. We have more tools in place, SB 743, every time, and I'd love something on that, and I probably should already know, Director Taylor, but how we're doing on that, right? This multi-pronged approach to lower vehicle miles traveled. But one of the things I have a hard time getting around, again, if you are of the Bay Area and you can take a day off and park yourself out at Patterson Pass Road or somewhere out in Tracy and just find a nice safe space to park your car or however you get out there. If you can find some mass transit to get out there, man, let me know, will you? And just watch that nightmare, and you will see, calling it what it is, you will see truck after truck after truck, and you will see aged cars in disrepair going to service and uplift and create wealth for probably a lot of the folks that don't need more wealth, sorry to be class war about it, in the Bay Area. Construction, maintenance, repair, service, janitorial, right? And it's not the only example. So again, I believe it's, and I would say, and I'm probably not qualified to say because I can't read everyone's mind, but I would say in most cases, and certainly the workers that I represent, also want a clean environment, also want to deal with what's happening in global warming, also want to lower greenhouse gases. But there is different types of vehicle miles traveled, as was pointed out earlier. You know, when you talk about some of the 743 projects and where that's going, multimodal projects, you know, it's not one size fits all. It's just not. And my concern, and Darwin, I think you did a fantastic report today, and feel free to comment on all this. Call me out even if you like, if I just got it wrong, because I'll learn something there. But that if we take too tight of an approach, we could be looking more towards, you know, dystopia for the majority of the population of California than a bright future for us all. I don't mean to sloganeer at you, but it's just the reality of it. And if we don't solve the housing problem, it will solve itself in a very ugly way, meaning more folks will lose their jobs. There'll be less resources. It will be a non-argument. It'll be an intellectual debate, not in reality, because there'll be no money to do it if we tip over millions of folks into joining the ranks of those that we should be pulling up, and that's the unhoused populations. And that's the reality. I would argue that workers overall and the populations overall that are pulling us all up every single day are at the breaking point already. Housing, cost of transportation. What gives me optimism, especially on this commission, is that we look at this in a multi-pronged way. We pivot, we push ideas around, we make hard decisions. We've got a great staff, we've got great partners in the state, we've got great partners in, I don't like to label folks, whether you want to call it the environmental community, labor, overall. We've all talked about we need more engagement from more stakeholders, but I believe we're moving there, and it's going to be rough, and there's going to be pain on everybody to do it. This commissioner, I'm all for that. I'll stand up with you on that every day. But if we tighten it too much, we're going to limit ourselves, and we won't even know until it's too late the thousands of folks that we've thrown onto the scrap heap of despair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Darwin, any response to Commissioner Bradshaw?
Just thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw, for those comments, and yeah, certainly agree the key role that housing and housing affordability plays in all of this work, and much of what you're talking about are the issues that we grapple with, as well as we think about how to thread the needle on a lot of this work that we're doing. So I appreciate you raising all of that.
Okay. Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone else who would like to speak on the dais? Anyone? All right. Seeing none, I'll make a comment. I'm someone who's oftentimes torn when it comes to issues like this because I grew up in a community like this one. And Highway 91 definitely shows you what happens with the long commutes and people having to drive until they qualify. That is a reality. The working class is getting the short end of the stick. That's clear, and this community can speak to that. There's also a lot of optimism, and like Commissioner Bradshaw says, these communities do care about climate. They do care about equity, as I do as well. So I think having this conversation has been really good for us. And to our chair's admonition to disagree better, I think we have, so it feels good. I think we're close to wanting to adjourn if there's no other comments from commissioners or colleagues on the dais. We do want to adjourn in the memory of our friend, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Eager to lead us in that.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you all so much. I think this conversation leads us to Commissioner Tavalloni and the things that he brought to this commission. For those of us who were privileged to have served with him, these were also all the things that he brought to the table, that he had us thinking of. And I know, Chair Gardino and I thought of him as our mentor, our teacher, our Papa Joe. And so I think he would be proud of the things that we talked about today. So it is our honor to adjourn this meeting in memory of our friend and our colleague, Joe Tavalloni. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.